Are you suffering through another sweltering summer? Are you tired of swimming in your own sweat? Have you tried tinkering with your broken HVAC system to no avail? Are you hot as blazes and at your wit's end? Just say, Elefino. That's right. With one call to our YouTube-trained technician, you could have someone else at your home in just minutes trying to figure out whatever your HVAC problem is. Your persistent HVAC problems need a technician that is as smart as an elephant and as stubborn as a rhinoceros. At Elefino HVAC, you get just that. So don't sweat in silence. Call Elefino HVAC today. Remember, when it comes to HVAC repairs, think Elefino.
Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, period, does the FBI find people? The people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Alrighty, we are back. I'm sorry. I might be a little sick in the head. Anyway. Elefino HVAC, how can I help you? Yes. Oh my goodness. It's good to be here. Happy Thursday afternoon. We're about to kick off court in part 3 of our Judge Boyd murder trial, jury trial. Music is loud. We've got a little bit to talk about. Yes, I'm here. I don't know if Elefino, there probably is a company out there that's going to sue me over this, but Elefino HVAC, that's me. Let me give you just a quick rundown of where we are. But before we do that, first let me welcome to the live stream, Gaily May. There you are. It says, hey, first in chat today. Thank you very much, Gaily May. Appreciate you. Gaily May, I think the first thing you did by winning the internet today, being first in chat, was you fixed my HVAC. Thank you for that. Now, I'd like to say that I'm going to take full credit for this. I'd like to say that I can, but I cannot. I've had text messages, phone calls, a 6-volt bus who happens to literally be a rocket scientist has been diagnosing. I've been sending pictures back and forth, and somehow, amidst all this, I discovered that that my heater is powered through a GFI circuit, and the GFI circuit had tripped. So it just took a little push the button to turn the power back on. Now, it wasn't that easy because I turned the power back on and it tripped again over and over and over. Usually when GFI button trips, it means that there's a short somewhere and you don't want to just turn it back on. I ripped the thermostat off the wall, reset the GFI, got the power back to the control board in the furnace, holding down the safety switch that you're supposed to only hold down when the door's shut. So yeah, anyway, I did all those things. And every time it called the blower, like it would try to turn the blower on to blow cold air, it would trip. I'm like, maybe the blower's like seized up or something. So I took a long-handled paintbrush and I stuck it in there and I spun the blower. And then I did it again and it worked. So I fixed it. I have no idea how that fixed it, but it fixed it. And it's working now. It's blowing cold air. It's still 80 degrees in here. I have also a big shout out to James. Oh my goodness. I don't think I should say names here, but Aaron and James were here. Thank you, Aaron and James. They delivered a big white unit. You can't see. It's right behind there. And it also is blowing cold air. It's helping cool the house down. So it's fixing. It's fixed. I also have 3 fans in here. So I'm not sweating profusely like I was before. It's amazing. All the kids are at the library. I can call them and say, you can come home now. I fixed it. It's going to be great. So thank you very much. I appreciate most of all that I didn't have to call a technician to. Why did it just turn off? Hang on. Why did the AC just turn off? Well, okay, so the one we just got from them, that one, I think it's cold enough. It's actually 71 degrees in here, so we're good. All right, we are going to we're going to be jumping back in court, which I think we're actually a tiny bit late for. Let me see, where are we at? Judge Void, let me see. Hang on. Judge, don't go anywhere. Oh, no, we're not late. That was yesterday's. Please tell me I'm not late. Oh, yeah, that was yesterday's for sure. Okay, so she has not started the afternoon session, so we're actually early. That is good. I think my HVAC is still working. I'm back. Yes, we're going to be back. Hold on just 1 second. It's I have to walk over there and make sure this is working properly. I think it's actually just the right temperature. I think that's it. It's cooled down this room to the right temperature and it stopped. So I guess that's it. Yes, you got legs, the great leg reveal. Oh my goodness. It is good to have air conditioning. Oh man, I think the heat got to me. My little advertisement at the beginning. If you missed that, that's probably something I'll never do again. Let's see. You don't have to tell your kids it's fixed. Well, it's unfortunately because it's like 95 degrees outside and it was 86 in here when we got it working. It's going to take all day just to get down to 75. So it's a lot to catch up from. But there's cold air blowing. I'm not sure if you can see over there over the window. There's a little screen, a little mesh that's just blowing in the breeze. It's wonderful. All right. What else do we have? We just have court. We're just waiting for Judge Boyd to go live with. I think this is part 3 of the trial, which is all good. I think she's about to. Let's see here. Judge Stephanie Boyd. Not there yet. Okay. Where is Boyd from? I don't know where she's from, but I know that she is in San Antonio. I think that's home for her in Bexar County, Texas. Ashley, I fixed the AC. I like to say that I fixed it myself. No technician showed up, but I did make plenty of phone of friends. Big shout out to 6 Volt Bus as well, who helped me, and Ashley and more. Let's see. We had a couple people call. Let's see. I have the comment. What do I have in mod chat if I scroll back far enough? Josh, I don't know if you've seen the message yet. Did you get the info delivered to you from Amber that I sent to her on a previous case we've seen previously? Yes. Wolf, Mr. Wolf, right? Judge Wolf, I have not looked at that. Honestly, it's all I've been going. I was running to Lowe's and buying stuff there. I got a new multimeter because my old one was bad and they wouldn't sell replacement parts for the one I had. So I'm super excited to have a new multimeter so I can actually measure things to see if they work. And that actually helped me diagnose the problem. And I traced it backwards and now it worked beautifully. I'm going to turn off this noise gate because it bugs me so much. Oh, that's so much better. Can you tell? You probably can't tell the difference, but for me, it's tons different. Did I see your question? I did not. Let me look again. Scroll. Curious, how often do you dust around all your equipment? Very. I forget who sent me this, but this is a turbofan that is basically it's like a leaf blower that you hold in your hand. It's incredibly powerful. I think it sends like 100-mile-an-hour wind, and I use this to dust everything and blow out the vents and everywhere fans are. I dust a lot. I don't know why it's not clipping on correctly. I turned it, and now it's not fitting. Wait. Oh, there it is. Now it's good. That's better. So I do dust. Thank you for the question. Better Call Saul. Went an entire summer in North Platte with no AC in my apartment. Oh, worst part, I worked nights, so slept during the day. It got to 115 degrees in my apartment repeatedly. That is terrible. That is terrible. I could not survive that. I could not. Zero chance. So very often. I do a light dusting. If they didn't,
I would lose my mind.
I do a light dusting almost every day before the show. I go through and just dust off everything. Then my microphone, I take the cover off and I'll swap the covers and wash the old one, just because I like these clean. I mean, it's like right next to me, and if I don't want a mic that doesn't smell good. I think I'm
about to catch a whooping.
Judge Boyd is originally from Shreveport, Louisiana. We've got update in the DNA case. Let me see if I can pull up Judge Wolf really quickly while we wait for Judge Boyd, who actually should be back now. Judge, are you there? Oh, she is back. Well, sort of. We've got the Alamo is back. Let's see if we can take a look at Judge Wolf really quickly. I wonder if we've got resolution on the DNA case from Judge Wolf.
Entry of an order in
You're
that
talking
case
about stuff that is not
absolutely
relevant.
require a modification of that.
Trying to see how far back was it? Do we know?
Pay that at the back end after he pays the alimony, and we'll put that in.
He's got. I see the Heavenly Wood. We'll have to see exactly where it's at. If we get a timestamp, we might be able to check that out. Amber says she has a link. I think I've got the link. It's Dixon Chancery is today's feed. I can see he's been going for about 4 hours. I just need to see where in the timestamp that is, how far back, because he's still live right now. Let me show you where we are with Judge Boyd. Right here. Back in this trial. This is a murder trial. It's a manslaughter trial involving a car accident where there were some problems with the investigation. Let's see. I didn't get sand and a notification. Donnie, you didn't get a notification? Make sure you have all your YouTube notifications turned on and rung on the channel. You missed Donnie. You missed the intro. We have a sponsor. We have a sponsor to this show, and it was very timely. It's very timely because I myself have some HVAC issues that I was dealing with today. But we have a sponsor. It was really cool. Not really though. It's a fake sponsor. All right, I think we're about ready to pick up with court right here. Didn't get your sandpaper. I got plywood. I got furring strips. I got a pint of black paint. Why black? Because I couldn't choose any other color. I wanted something. But I have to paint. I think a pint of paint is enough to cover a plywood sheet. And it's waterproof, mold proof, all that stuff. I need to protect the plywood because I have to replace a part of my shed. Let's see. Seeing a link. I have a link to the Amber. I've got the link to Wolf's courtroom. I just don't know where in the timestamp because he's got like 100 different cases. Whoa, Paula Mac, that's terrible. There's got to be some other facts on that one, I'm sure. Ruth Buck says, hello, RA, my absolute favorite YouTuber. Hope you're cool now. But I'm sure you are, as you're such a great handyman. No, Ruth, I have got you fooled for sure. I've got you fooled. I am not a good handyman. I can Google with the best of them. But honestly, I have no idea why my AC is working now or why it wasn't before, other than that there was a GFI fault that was tripped and somewhere there was a short. Let's see. Not sure why we're not hearing audio on this one. Let me listen on the computer and see if we have any audio there. Oh, so I have audio here, right?
Reflects her name, so
I've got audio there. Let me bring Boyd through that channel and see if it's a problem with the switcher. Should have bought marine plywood. It saves on expensive paint. I don't think they have marine plywood here, but I will tell you that I got 3-stripe plywood, which I guess there are 3 stripes on it. I had no idea. She's like, can you tell me how much is the plywood? Because I'm trying to ring up and there's like no tags on it. And I said, I wish I could tell you, but unfortunately your entire lumber section is devoid of prices. There's just piles of wood on shelves everywhere and there's no labels telling me what it is. I just have to look at something and say, oh, I guess that looks about right. So there's no prices, there's no labels. And the guy like in the checkout line behind me, he's like, it's 3-stripe. I'm like, what does 3-stripe mean? And how am I supposed to know that 3 painted stripes on the side of the wood correlates to some barcode that the checker has? I had no clue. No clue. Anyway, she's like 3-stripe. And since she had a lot of problems, she's like, I'm just gonna ring you up for 2-stripe. I'm like, works for me. So I paid $19 for some plywood, which probably was worth more. Yeah, there's 3 green lines on the side on the edge of the board. That's how I'm supposed to figure it. 3 stripes and I'm out. But then I had to fit it in the car, which was a little tricky because plywood, it fills up the entire Suburban. Like one 4x8 sheet of plywood, which is what I needed. Took up all the space. Let's see. Where's my cat? My cat is running around, Tracy. That sounds sad. Sister-in-law's cat passed away. I'm sorry. My cat is running around. It's been rubbing against my legs as I try to carry stuff in and out. Well, it sort of tangles up between my feet as I try to carry stuff in from the store. Your lumber selection is just a pile of wood. It is. And honestly, that's what I prefer. I like to just look at scraps and like, I'll just, this is the perfect piece. That's what I want. I don't want to buy a 20-foot section of pressure treated something when I only need a 3-foot piece. It looks like the judge is handling just a little bit of casework right here before, or docket work before we jump into the case. So we'll give her just a minute to finish that up. She has not turned on the microphone yet. I know this because I've accessed it on the other system, which the audio is working on. Yeah, I don't know how much a stripe, I don't know how much 2-stripe is versus 3-stripe, or even what 3-stripe means. So if somebody could tell me, that would be great. I think it's good. You could always reach out to Rob. He knows his wood. Rob does know wood very, very well. But Rob is like dimensional lumber. he knows wood. I don't think he builds much with plywood. I think he's dealing with walnut and oak and teak and mahogany and cherry and all these other amazing woods. I'm more of the pine and plywood type. Free stripe can't be bad. I took it as a good thing. Hopefully it didn't charge me more than I should have paid. Okay. Just trying to get caught up on chat here. Rob is the wood daddy. Someone sent you 5 messages that you missed, I think, about the new docks of Boone. Did you hear about them? I did, Pauline. I did. We actually reviewed those yesterday, the day before, the 5 requests that she sent in. Now, we have not covered the response from JAC, but we did cover her letters reserving money and everything else. It starts at 3:56. Okay, let me see if I can find this. 3:56 back. Let's listen in a little bit.
To continue down the DNA testing will be very time consuming and very expensive.
Let's jump over here.
My client has so far bared the burden of this cost for this testing. And Judge, we just submit that this is a process that could go on forever. And there is sufficient, of course, we're going to
Negative
get into the other
358.50.
motion,
Okay.
but by statute, there's no requirement for DNA testing.
Negative 358.
Tested, which would be a purported niece.
Here we go.
Judge, good morning. Judge, as stated, February the 26th, 2024, we were before the court and on a hearing on this matter, and at that time the court did order that the 2 siblings of Mr. Omar Myatt, Janie Myatt and Willie Sam Myatt, along with Kathy Rundle, the purported claimant and child of Charlie.
Do I have to go back further?
Submit to DNA testing. Your Honor.
I think we have to go back a little further.
And let's move to the next case.
Here we go.
Arrested, employed, but they're holding my job.
All right. So do not.
We're going to pause Judge Boyd for a second.
Well, let's take it up. Is Mr. Knowles here? Is Mr. Knowles here?
He is. I think they're just here.
I think this was the beginning. This is the DNA case with the long-lost niece wanting the inheritance. We've been waiting for this closure for this case for quite a while.
Good morning. All right, this is the estate of Richard Omar Myatt. This is the case where I think I had ordered some DNA testing to be performed. And then I now have a motion to compel the execution of a medical release for the limited purpose that Mr. Vandervoort has filed, and then your renewed motion to declare Catherine Jean Myatt Rundle as an heir of the estate. So I guess I first need to hear from Mr. Vandervoort about his motion, and then I'll consider whether or not to hear yours. So,
Yes,
all
sir,
right,
Your
thank you.
Honor.
Judge, good morning. Judge, as stated, February the 26th, 2024, we were before the court and on a hearing on this matter, and at that time, the court did order that the two siblings of Mr. Omar Myatt, Janie Myatt and Willie Sam Myatt, along with Kathy Rundle, the purported claimant and child of Charlie, submit to DNA testing. Your Honor, that has been filed with the court. I would like to resubmit that just to ensure it's part of this order. The DNA test report came back, Judge, and that should be before Your Honor and have that in the file, but I want to make sure the court has it in front of them.
All right.
Judge,
And issue
that test came back and said the probability of relatedness between these parties that tested, which would be a purported niece of Sam Myatt and Janie Myatt, was 8.5%. In essence, Your Honor, 91.5% probability that they are not related.
Oh.
But the test went on, the results went on to say that basically these results do not provide sufficient evidence to support or refute the tested relationship. But Your Honor, for that reason, I did make contact with DDC, who did the initial testing, and they would not communicate with me. As a matter of fact, I've attached as exhibits to my motion contact that I had with their legal department, reflective that until a release gets signed, they will not have any communication with me whatsoever on behalf of Mr. Myatt, because the other two individuals that were tested would need to give their approval for that purpose. And Judge, the purpose is very simple. It's to get an explanation of the results, if there's further detail, and then number two, if they're willing to do additional testing or suggest additional testing, what type of testing is needed. And I can't communicate with them without this release. And so I have requested counsel for the parties to, for that release, and there hasn't been any agreement at this juncture, and as a matter of fact, in some instances, there's been a refusal to provide a medical release. Judge, if this is a search for the truth, and that's what the court is aiming to do, that's what the court requested this testing for, but a 91.5% probability that they are not related is pretty strong. But with the result saying that the additional testing is needed, I think it certainly behooves us to find out what is needed and what the content of this means. So Judge, that's the nature of my motion. And of course, there's the renewed motion, which I'd like to be heard on, trying to declare Ms. Rundle at this juncture a child of Charlie Myatt.
Well, let me hear the response to your motion,
Yes,
and then we'll take the other up. So. We'll start with you, Mr. Knowles. And who do you represent?
Judge, I represent Miss Kathy Rundle. I completely disagree with counsel about his statements that this says there's a 91.5% chance they're not related, or that she is
That's
not
his interpretation. I don't think he actually, he's making the argument that you could infer that, or that's the argument you can be made. DNA testing is a different way of looking at things, and I understand what they're saying is that it was not an exclusion, but it was only an 8.5% probability of relation, and that it doesn't either confirm or exclude the support or refute the tested relationship.
That's correct. This DNA report is virtually useless.
So why wouldn't we want to get a further testing and have everyone cooperate to see if there is a way to get further testing that might eliminate or at least answer this question?
Well, Judge, my client, of course, has participated with all DNA testing and will continue to, but the reality of it is, whenever you're testing siblings and not a direct test, first you've got to determine if those siblings are actual siblings. What that means is Janie Myatt and Willie Myatt, are they actually siblings?
Oh,
because they could have
twist.
different fathers. their siblings could have different fathers. So
what you're saying is
Under-
that we could be opening a whole can of worms for this family by exposing the fact that perhaps they're not actually blood relations, or they have different fathers and different scenarios. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, Your Honor. This test makes the assumption that Janie Myatt and Willie Myatt are 100% biological siblings. That has never been determined. That has never been tested. So if you're going to rely on scientific proof, the scientific proof has to start from the beginning. These parents of Janie Myatt and Willie Myatt are long deceased. To continue down the DNA testing will be very time consuming and very expensive. My client has so far bared the burden of this cost for this testing. And Judge, we just submit that this is a process that could go on forever. And there is sufficient, of course, we're going to get into the other motion, but by statute, there's no requirement for DNA testing. We were on board and supported and thought it was a great idea until we got into it and realized that
maybe it wasn't going to say what you thought it was going to say.
It's not going to.
That's often the case, isn't it?
Well, it's not that this doesn't say what I wanted to say. It's that it's not going to give us an answer through sibling testing. And that's the issue that I have, Your Honor, and why I submit that further testing is not the answer.
Okay.
Wow.
Who else wants to be heard?
Yes, bring up Ms. Roberts. Zachary Wells.
As you recall, I opened this estate, and I now represent Janie Myatt, who is a full sibling to the decedent. There are two full siblings remaining.
Well, Mr. Knowles says she may not be a full sibling to him or the rest of them. So.
Well, and again, Judge, I oftentimes tell people that I went to law school because there wasn't a math requirement. But this is challenging my math skills. But again, Mr. Vandervoort is wholly incorrect that an 8% finding does not prove it doesn't prove paternity, but it's a familial match. Again, if we had, I think Your Honor is going to have to hear, if we're going to relate to this, we have to hear from an expert. And in the research, it is anywhere from a 3 to a 7% match establishes a familial contact. Each of us get 50% of our DNA from our parents. We get approximately a fourth from our grandparents, an eighth from our great-grandparents, if you think about just in trying to get it down into the brass tacks. So when you're dealing with cousins, which this would be, if Janie Myatt had the same parents as the decedent, and Sam Myatt had the same parents of the decedent, and then Mr. Richard Omer, who is the decedent, had a child, then you have to think about the percentages that come on. And the science is between a 3 and a 7% of cousins establishes a familial relationship, because you have to look at it from the percentage standpoint. We are only 50% of our parents. We use that in the terms of divorce court. When you talk bad about if you talk bad about a parent, you're telling your child that parent's half bad. And that's one of the things that we have used in divorce court all the time. If you're telling your child you're half bad, if you're bad-mouthing the other parent. Well, then you go to the grandparents and you go to siblings, all percentages are reducing. So the fact of 8.5% of a DNA match shows that there is a family relationship somewhere.
Well, that was my next observation is that regardless of the amount, the fact that there was any familial relationship or the percentage of familial relationship indicates that there was some familial relationship, albeit, because what you described, but a 0.00 would have eliminated her from being involved in this family whatsoever, correct?
Exactly. And then if you go all the way up, even a 3% would have established some familiar relationship, which, following on Mr. Knowles' logic is, and the problem that we have is that Mr. Willie Sam Myatt, who we assume is a full sibling of the decedent, who has been held out as a full sibling of the decedent, said he had, admitted that he had sex with Mrs. Rundle's mother.
What? He alleges it was a 13 or 14-year-old girl that he was passing
Well,
around
again, of other things that have come out, maybe that was not tested. I probably shouldn't have said that because that was outside of court in a conversation that Mr. Sam Myatt approached me and said.
Now it's inside
something.
of court.
So I apologize. That probably shouldn't. What he testified here, he was having sex with 13-year-olds too. But the 8.8%, 8.5% is still a familial relationship. Now the question goes: is she a child of Richard Omer Wright? There is a family relationship established.
She's a child of Charlie, right?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Richard is the estate that everyone's worried about because
Right,
Richard
Charlie.
was the brother that had money.
The other brother.
Right. Richard is the estate that had money, and there's a $120,000 inheritance that the claimant, Miss Catherine Jean Myatt Rundle, would receive if she's found to be the daughter of Charlie.
Correct, Charlie.
Deceased brother.
Yes, I apologize.
Charlie was the carnival worker.
Charlie was the carnival worker who traveled around, had a relationship. The testimony shows that there was a sexual relationship between them. My client testified that he held this child out as his child. The birth certificate shows that he is listed as the father of the child. And now we have DNA evidence showing a familial relationship. So, again, if they want to challenge it, then they need to bring in the experts to challenge it. That says an 8.5% is not a familial relationship, but you have to look at it in the totality. You have testimony, you have a state document wherein he was established as the father, and now you have DNA evidence saying that these people are family. So,
Ms. Franklin, you have anything to add to this?
Who is a sibling who was not ordered to subject himself to DNA testing. And the only point I want to make is if this court orders additional testing, I think that this court should charge those expenses to Mr. Willie Sam Myatt, as he is the only heir that has filed anything or made it known that they oppose Ms. Rundle as an heir, not to deplete the estate assets, so that to protect my client's interest in the estate.
Okay. Mr. Vandervoort, anybody else that has an input in this? Mr. Vandervoort, do you have anything you wish to respond to what's being said?
So, they're actually making...
He hit the mic. He unplugged the mic. I don't know when they fix this. Josh, how long does it go for? They've got to fix that. Let me jump ahead here. Do they ever fix it, Josh?
With my experts at DDC that I've employed and paid.
I'm sorry, repeat that now.
So, my client is who acquired.
Why is it freezing up? Hang on. Internet is doing internet-y things. Let's see if we can bring this in on a different feed. Boom. I've got to hear how this ends. This is a wild family situation.
Allowing him to run around
Okay,
the swimming pool without any flotation device.
Yes.
Okay, and
Let's turn this one back. Okay, let me plug in the audio and we'll get this running.
Is still contesting the issue
Okay, we're plugged in. We get some audio. Maybe. It's on 7.
aunt who, or the sister of Sam and the others.
Got to back up just a bit. Okay, I want to see this. I'll bring it up on the screen in just 1 second. I'm just trying to get it straightened out. Then we're going to jump over to Judge Boyd and catch up because we're a couple minutes behind there. Okay, 7 is live. So we're going to skip ahead until we get audio.
You can make.
There we go. He keeps talking.
You can make. I don't think that is the way that DNA testing is to be interpreted by the court, because of the simple fact that any relatedness will be. What this says, and here this is the summary that said, the DNA from the alleged relatives was compared to the tested child based on testing results obtained from the analysis of the DNA loci listed. The probability of relatedness is 8.5%. Now, it seems to me, in my thinking, that if she was not related, then that would be 0.0%. There would be no relation. In other words, if you and I were to have our DNA tested, God forbid that it would show that there was 8.5% relatedness, we would have 0.0 related because we're not related. And so the argument is, and the way I interpret it is that 8.5% does show some familial relatedness, albeit small, and that it doesn't necessarily infer that there's a 91.5% of not being related. Because what it says is the likelihood that the alleged relatives are not the biological relatives of the tested child is 10 to 1. The probability of relatedness was calculated by comparing to untested, unrelated, random individuals of the Caucasian population. Assumes a prior probability equals 0.50. These results do not provide sufficient evidence to support or refute the tested relationship. Testing of additional relatives is recommended. So it just seems to me what they're saying is they can't make a definitive statement that she is the child of, or the related to these people, but there is some evidence of familial relationship. I understand what you're saying, and I agree that for me to interpret the results, there needs to be some sort of scientific evidence regarding that. But go ahead.
He's going to talk again with the mic off.
Sure, yes, sir. All right, I'm going to, at this point, I think that the logic that I see is that there is some evidence of familial relationship. But Mr. Vandervoort, on behalf of Mr. Sam Elliott, Mr. Sam Elliott, one of my favorite actors is Sam Elliott, so I don't know, maybe that's what I'm thinking about. Mr. Sam Myatt is still contesting the issue of whether or not this lady is or is not, Ms. Rundle is or is not a family member. Clearly, it seems to me that the evidence there is a familiar relationship based upon this DNA testing, and that the proof in this case has been that there is a birth certificate with her name on it, and that there is the testimony of the aunt who, or the sister of Sam and the others, so that we can understand the fact that there is evidence to support the fact that there is a familiar relationship. But because of the fact that this is an area that requires, in my opinion, some sort of scientific proof to interpret the results, I'm going to reset this motion. I'm going to grant Mr. Vandervoort's request that the parties execute medical releases or HIPAA releases or whatever that will allow him to contact the DNA testing, and that to get any additional information that might be requested to interpret these results. That information will be provided to all parties. So it will go Mr. Vandervoort, Mr. Elliott, Mr. Sam Myatt will bear the cost of that. And I'm not ordering any additional testing. I am simply authorizing that Mr. Vandervoort have access to and be able to contact these people to inquire and to obtain an explanation of that. And any party who wishes to then, at the next hearing, provide expert testimony in the form of some sort of explanation about the DNA and how to interpret it, may do so. They can provide, you can obtain your own DNA expert if you want to. Because in my opinion, the evidence shows there is some family relationship between Ms. Rundle and this family, the Myatt family. The testimonial evidence and the documentary evidence tends to support at this stage Mr. Knowles' position. But Mr. Knowles, I think I'm going to pass your motion to declare her the heir to the estate until we have that opportunity, because I want to give both sides the opportunity to present any other type of scientific evidence. So is this clear enough?
Skip ahead till we can hear.
All the parties that were previously ordered to submit to the DNA will sign a release that will allow Mr. Vandervoort or any other of you to, and I think that's where it needs to be open, all the interested parties, including Mr. Knowles and Ms. Franklin and you and Mr. Vandervoort, who represent these parties, will have access to be able to speak with these folks at the DDC, or DNA Diagnostic Center, so that you can get your own feedback about that. And correct. And let's just make it across the board so that everybody, as Mr. Vandervoort pointed out, Judge Leonard Martin used to tell me all the time that a trial was a search for the truth. I never found that to necessarily be true, but especially if you're representing a criminal defendant that you're hoping is not going to be found guilty, you're not necessarily interested in it being the absolute truth come out, or at least the truth according to what you think the truth is. So I'm going to order that all of the parties cooperate in signing medical releases that will allow all of the named counsel for the parties to have access to the information and to be able to contact the DNA Diagnostic Center to obtain and discuss any aspect of this testing, and to also obtain a statement from them about, if you choose to, about what these 8.5 finding of probability of relatedness actually represents, and whether it represents that there is a familial match or whether it does not. So, anything else? If this case could get any more complicated, Mr. Ben Region has just stood up as though he's going to add something to this case. I can hardly wait to see what he has to say. Mr. Region, what do you have to say about this? Are you a DNA expert?
Okay, come on up to the stand so we can hear.
Is going to apply to both down here. If I can remember what I've ordered, is going to apply to both this case and the partition action, which involves all of the same parties. Now, go ahead, Mr. Knowles. Come on up here to the microphone. Is that microphone on, Officer Howells?
They're going to fix it. Here we go. We got audio back.
With my experts at DDC that I've employed and paid.
I'm sorry, repeat that now.
So my client is who acquired this DNA testing.
You paid for it?
She paid for it. The geneticists at the testing facility that have provided information to us, is our work product being opened up here or just for the general information from the testing facility?
Ooh.
So when we came to an agreement about.
I don't consider the fact that I ordered DNA testing to be performed to be work product. I consider that to be in compliance with the court order. How are you interpreting that as work product?
The testing, I agree, absolutely, Your Honor. I think they should be able to get all the information on the testing, but not to question the facilitators, the people that my client bared the cost of that. If Mr. Vandervoort wants to hire someone to take this DNA test or to interpret it for him,
they can do their own testing.
He should do that himself.
I've just ruled that any cost associated with the opening of this information and obtaining of that information will be borne by Mr. Vandervoort's client. So I don't see how this could negatively impact your client.
I don't necessarily believe it will be, but these are the same people is what I'm saying, Your Honor. If we're talking to the geneticists that analyze this DNA alleles, he's talking to the same people, not the testing facility. I don't mind. Anybody in this case can get the results, but I don't know that they will speak with him freely whenever they're my expert to some extent.
How are they your experts?
Well, Judge, we may be getting to something because they won't talk to me at all. Was not the intent of the testing. The intent of the testing was to test and let's move forward. And now we've got these folks that have signed it. Knowles is saying that he hired them. So that wasn't the nature of this.
Judge has a headache.
We had a third-party independent test. Well, absolutely, I'd want to know what those folks have to say and why.
We did, Judge, but I employed a facility in Paris, Tennessee, to come to Dixon County and gather this information from Mr. Vandervoort's client and Miss Roberts' client and acquired it from my client. And they sent it to this third-party independent lab. So that absolutely is exactly what happened. This was not tested in Henry County at my place.
And I understand that. And so who are you saying is a part of your work product? The people that you retained in Paris, Tennessee to come over here?
Yes.
Pardon? The collectors. How would they have anything to do with what I'm ordering?
They also have a geneticist that works for their business that I've spoke with. That's the person that
Did that geneticist have anything to do with the rendering of that?
No. He interpreted.
I don't see how, again, it gets into your work product. I am not ordering that your geneticist that you may have hired is subject to them, having a release to gather that information. But if you're going to call him or her as a witness, then obviously the discovery rules are going to apply.
Absolutely, and if they request it, I understand and I agree. I just wanted to clarify that.
I want to make sure that person wasn't a signatory on the DNA report. And I'm understanding that that's not the case. No. I just wanted clarification as to how broad this is and who has to talk to all of the attorneys. That is all I was wondering, is if this opened up someone that we allege to be a part of our work product, which is not discoverable technically, but unless I intend to use them. But anyways.
This is so funny.
I apologize. Brackets open
this release that we
Can you please talk into the microphone?
no privilege.
Thank you, Ricky. Thank you, thank you. We're catching up on a DNA case that we saw months ago.
Just for us, for them to say, we've collected Sam Myatt, Kathy Rundle, Janie Myatt's DNA, and we can talk to you about the results. Okay, yeah.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Kathy Rundle's DNA shows that she has.
How do you intend to
do this
to
or
communicate?
that,
Judge, just that, to find out what the status of the relatedness is. What does 8.5% mean? What does 10 to 1 mean? What is the nature of what it is?
We're going to go to Judge Boyd's trial in just a moment.
All right, Mr. Vandervoort, are you going to communicate that in the form of an email or how you?
I want to be able to at least have a conversation with them, an open conversation, and find out. Just talk to them as information.
All right.
They would not talk.
Then I will order that the three of you, including Ms. Franklin being the fourth, will sign a release that narrowly allows this information that Mr. Vandervoort is requesting about the information on this report and how to interpret this and what do they intend to do. You will then arrange a Zoom call with whoever it is that you identify as being that, and all of you will join in on the Zoom call, and you will all have the opportunity to participate in a discussion with Mr. Vandervoort will lead it. He'll be asking the first questions. But each of you, it's not going to be a sworn deposition, but it will be an informative discussion by Zoom with the person that you identify could answer those questions. That's the simplest way that I know to allow all of you to be involved in whatever the discussions are. And if there is a question asked that one of you objects to, then that question will not be answered, and it will be reserved, and you'll come back before me to answer it. So.
I want it to be about the report, but I also brought up here.
These siblings must be fighting.
What she means is that Miss Janie's Myatt's health and her issues about her health and any background questions they ask about her, that's not fair game.
Right. Yes, sir.
The only question about her is the DNA, yes, and whatever the DNA sample was obtained. That's all that lab knows. They don't know this other information. They got a DNA sample and
a blanket signature saying, yeah, you can talk about my client's DNA.
You know who Chris Hemsworth is? He plays Thor, and he's a famous actor.
Thor has entered chat.
Is on television and movies all the time. There was a show that was on the Discovery Channel, I think it was, maybe it was Disney, about him going through all of these tests and things that he did. And he had a test, and his test showed that he has a gene for the potential for Alzheimer's. And that is something that, that came out of DNA testing that they did. So my point of that, and the reason I bring that up is that if there is information contained in this DNA report that reflects on Ms. Rundle, Ms. Myatt, or even Sam, about their other health issues, I don't want that information to be broadcast. So that's not fair game. So, correct.
I found out that I had the Braxis gene in DNA testing, and then I don't disclose that on an insurance policy. It's going to affect all the way down. And that's exactly the problem that happened to the blank release. Have it, and that's what I refuse to allow.
Let's have Mr. Vandervoort tailor the release and submit it to all the attorneys for them to review and see if there's any objection to it. And, I want it to be something that everybody agrees is that the language is going to be strictly limited to what needs to be done. I understand Mr. Vandervoort's situation, and I understand that interpreting a DNA results oftentimes and should require some sort of expert testimony, and what he's doing is trying to determine what is going into and how to interpret that. So I'm going to allow this to be done And my original intent was just to have a release sign where he could actually talk to them. But now that we've opened the door, I see the disadvantages to the parties involved from having, you know, the entire lives upset by any sort of discussion of their DNA. So Mr. Vanderbilt will tailor a release that will be in line with what he wants to ask, submit it to all three of you, and you will have an opportunity to be heard on that. So. And I will reserve your motion until we find out something further about this. Oh, why not? We set it for September the 23rd. Surely you can get it done by that time. So. Everybody available on September the 23rd?
September 23rd work for everybody? Is it a good date?
How long is your case in Cheatham County?
Shooting County? What a name. Wonder what the case is.
We have the Henson versus Ray final hearing on September the 26th. You're not, are you in that case or? And so is that case set for the 26th, and is it going to go?
It's set and it's going absent.
How long will you expect it today? Have you set stuff on that day?
Custody is no longer. It's a property division issue. My clients need alimony.
Well, is there any way, could we set this on the 26th then? Since I don't think this is going to take very long. Of course, I didn't think it was going to take very long this morning. Pardon?
Over myself and Mr. Vanderbilt are all going to be here anyway.
Okay, 26th at 9 a.m.
Mr. Knowles?
That's their date.
Ms. Franklin?
Wegob.
Mr. Reason?
Wegob. Everyone's good
then
with
we
that.
are setting this for the 26th day of September at 9 o'clock.
At 9, 26th at 9. Let's put that on the calendar, shall we, Amber? 26th at 9.
I'm going to talk myself out of setting 8:30 a.m. court. This is the third day in this week I've set 8:30 matters. So
there we go.
All right. Call the next case.
All right.
All right. So do not contact her. The relationship is over.
We need to skip ahead till the court case in this.
5 years. Do they?
Hang on. Did she end this one?
Visits. Mode. But you're going to have to wait till the question is finished. And the easiest way to know.
We're
find where the case starts. Hang on one second. Boom, 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 boom. Wait for the witness. Another witness. Okay, we're a few minutes late here, so just 1 second. There we go. That's the guy we just finished. All right. Here we go. Wegob, congratulations on 8 months, by the way. Thank you very much. Where am I, in a church? No, I'm in my own home. I fixed my AC. I don't know how I fixed it, but it's working. It's cooling down my house. It feels great in here. Here we go. Here we go. We are picking up part 3 of the Judge Boyd jury trial. This is a manslaughter trial. The gentleman in the red tie.
All right, we're going to go on the record.
On the far right hand side is the defendant.
2022 CR 11862. State of Texas versus Alexander Castro. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Andy wants more on Jason Garahan.
Defense.
Gary Hillier and adjustment okay with the defense.
And are you Mr. Castro?
Yes, ma'am.
And are both parties ready to proceed?
Stage ready, Judge.
Yes.
Just one brief issue about defense one. Can I
Yes.
Judge, we recall, and I've shown this today, we'd entered defense one as a placeholder, Your Honor, because
So you're just asking to substitute?
I am, Judge.
It's substituted.
But I do have to approach the court, Judge, because the one that I brought today has all 8 pages, and the one yesterday only had 5. And before I
All right.
take 3
then
pages
so
off it, I want your
talk to the state, see if they have any objection to removing the 3 pages, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Judge. I wanted to ask you, I didn't want to do it without.
Okay. All right.
And Judge, no objection from the city. I'll make sure they see me do it.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Your Honor, we do have an issue that I wanted to report out, and because it relates to defensive strategy, I'd like to do it ex parte.
Does that need to be done now?
Well, no.
All right.
I just want to I want you to know we're thinking about it, Judge, and not going to do it later on. But
all right. Thank you. All right. State, do you have your witness?
Your Honor.
And is the jury lined up?
Yes.
No, go ahead and print. You're fine.
There we go. Let's have it. Sorry about that. Holy cow. I turned on speakers and then talked at the same time. Objection counter should be at 54 to start today.
All right, let's bring them in.
I'm going to step away for just one moment as the jury's coming in. So I have to make myself a sandwich so I can watch and eat. It's been one of those days.
If you will bring the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, and State, I believe you were still directing the witness?
I guess, Judge.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Mr. Rodriguez, the last thing that I think that you had mentioned yesterday is that you and your wife had been driving north on 281 when she had to call 911. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And why did she have to call 911?
I was driving, so I told her to call 911.
Well, what made you, while you were driving, what made you think I have to call 911?
At the time, before she called 911, we were stopped in traffic, and then we saw the truck speed past us, and then get the car stalled in traffic.
So,
and then I told my wife, you need to call 911.
So let's break that
Sir, I'm
down.
gonna have to ask you, please keep your voice up so that the members of the jury can hear, the court reporter can hear, and I can hear, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So Mr. Rodriguez, let's break that down. So where were you stuck in traffic? You remember?
281 heading north near the TCP Parkway exit.
And you said that you saw a truck. Do you remember what color truck?
Either like a dark blue truck.
And what drew your attention to the truck?
The high rate of speed.
Now, where were you when you saw the truck?
I was in my vehicle in the right lane. I think at the time it was a 2-lane highway. So I was on the far right. The truck was on the left lane.
And so did the truck go past you?
Yes.
And so as it went past you, what did you do?
I just watched it. Because like I said, we were stalled in traffic, and we were just waiting there trying to figure out what was going on. And the next thing you see is a truck behind you and on the side of you, driving at a high rate of speed. and then you can see it collide with vehicles in the front, stalled in traffic.
So did you actually see the truck hit the vehicles?
No, just because the way the highway was, it was 2 lanes. Majority of the traffic was on the right. It went down and it kind of curved, so you can't really see the vehicle passing on the left, but you can see the vehicle's roofs from the distance. So like I said, we were stalled in traffic, just waiting there, waiting for traffic to continue. And you see just the form lines of the vehicles, the speeding truck passing us, and it kind of disappears, but you can see the top of the vehicles in the highway. And then they're all lined up, and then you hear a big bang, and you see a disshuffle of the vehicles.
Now, when you saw this, so you're telling the jury that you were actually on the highway, or were you off the highway when you saw this?
On the highway.
And you could only see the tops of the vehicles. How far away were you?
50 yards, 75 yards.
And just point out to the jury, where generally were you seeing it? Was it up ahead? Was it up here? Where exactly?
Yeah, in the front of you, right in front. Like I said, we're on a 2-way highway, 2-lane highway. You see the trucks. There was like an accident at the next light. At that time, there was a light there. You couldn't see the police vehicle that was at the other accident. You could just see the flashing lights against the building. I believe it was like a CVS at the time. And we're just, like I said, we're just stalled in traffic. You see a line of vehicles. We're just sitting there waiting, trying to figure out what's going on. And you see the truck pass us. Like I said, you see the dishevel of lined up vehicles.
How fast would you say this truck was going?
80 plus.
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation.
All right, lay the foundation.
So, was it?
Can I take the witness on board, Donna, very briefly?
Yes.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, and the voir dire purpose is for speeding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, you may proceed.
Hi, Mr. Rodriguez. How you doing?
Good.
We've not had an opportunity to meet. My name's Gary Hillier. I'm one of the attorneys that represents Mr. Castro. I've just got a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
So, the prosecutor asked you about some speed questions of your perceptions on Mr. Castro's vehicle. Can I ask you what you do for a living, sir?
I'm a software engineer for the Union Pacific Railroad.
Okay. Have you had any training or experience in estimating the speed of moving vehicles?
No.
So it would be fair to say that any estimations of speed, because you were stationary.
Yes, sir.
So you weren't driving your car, looking at your speedometer. For example, you were doing 70, someone went past you.
Correct.
They would call that tracking. You had no other way other than your common sense and experience to say this person was traveling fast.
Correct.
So you can't say with any certainty to this jury what speed anyone was doing, right?
I can't say with certainty that they were speeding.
Or what speed someone was doing. You say it looked fast.
Yes.
Right. But you can't give a speed without it being a complete guess, right?
Yes, I can't give you the exact speed.
Yeah, so it'd be a guess if you gave an exact speed.
Sorry, what was the question?
I can't remember. I think I said it would be a guess. If you would, based on your training experience, if you were to give a speed number to the vehicle that you're discussing, it would be just a guess.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. I'll pass the witness.
All right, state.
What made you call 911?
A high rate of speed and the sound of the collision and like the disheveling of the vehicles. If you didn't see the vehicles dishevel, you think it'd be just like a fender bender. Like I said, there was already either a police officer or fire or EMS, maybe 200 yards in front of us. So there's already someone there. But like I said, I saw the high rate of speed. I heard the loud collision and then the disheveling of the vehicles. And then knew there was an accident. And I told my wife, you need to call 911. There was an accident.
And just to clarify, were you exiting when you saw this? Where were you?
I was in the right lane of the highway, and we were just sitting in traffic, just trying to figure out what was going on.
Right, but what I'm asking, so were you on the highway or were you trying to exit? Where exactly?
I was on the highway.
Pass the witness.
Defense.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Rodriguez, I've got a few questions for you, okay, about the testimony you just gave to the prosecution. So, on the night, it was the 22nd of August, July of 22, right?
I don't remember the date.
No, the night that we're talking about, it's the same one.
Yes, sir.
You were driving back north on 281 with your wife?
Wife and my 2 kids.
Okay, with your 2 kids as well. You were sat on the highway. So I want to get it right. You were sat on the highway on 281?
Yes.
And you were stuck in traffic?
Yes.
And I think that you said, how long have you been?
How long had I been sitting in traffic?
Yeah.
5-10 minutes, maybe?
5-10 minutes, and it was stationary?
Yes, completely.
Yeah, so it's completely stationary, you're not moving on. And at this time, I believe you said something along the lines of, because 281 was under construction back then, right?
Yes.
It probably still is a little bit now, but that part of 281, are you familiar with that part of 281?
Oh, yeah, I live off of 281. I use that highway all the time.
So it was undergoing a lot of construction, and the highway, it'd be fair to say that up ahead was getting channeled off onto the access road. Is that right?
Yes.
Because I think you said that you could see, you knew that there was an accident ahead, but you couldn't see any police cars, right?
Correct.
But you could see that there was light reflecting off of a CVS. Is that right?
Correct.
Like flashing lights. And now,
red and blue lights flashing in the distance.
And that was in the distance. So, but that's not actually on the highway itself, right? That you're on the highway, which is, it's kind of elevated at that point, right?
Where the lights were reflecting off the building, yes, that was elevated, and that wasn't on the highway.
Yeah. So so that's in the distance on the right hand side where you're seeing the lights. You're not seeing the lights on the highway because, if I'm correct in what you said, is that you were, however far behind. You said that when you saw the truck come past you on the left-hand side?
On my left-hand side.
Yeah, because you're in the right-hand lane. You saw the truck come past you at high rate speed. We can't see at high rate speed. But you couldn't see the vehicle. You could only see the roofs of the vehicles that he hit.
Correct.
So you said. So put yourself back there, like you just said. He came past you, and you couldn't see the collision because the road kind of went. There was like a slope and a slight dip.
Correct.
So, but you see, the car probably driven by Mr. Castro goes over the hill, and you can't see the point of collision because you can only see the roofs of those vehicles over that hill.
Correct.
So, would it be fair to say that you're aware? And how far back estimate do you think you were from that?
50 yards.
50 yards, and you were there at the scene, and you saw this with your own eyes.
Correct.
But from the point of impact was slightly over the crest.
Slightly over the crest, no, because maybe 50 yards behind us is the top of the highway. So behind us, you're at the peak of 281, and then you're coming down. And then from 50 yards behind us towards the intersection where the CVS was, it's all going downhill.
But I'm just trying to cover the testimony, and I'm not.
Yes, sir.
That you said, because you said earlier that you could only see the roofs of the vehicles that you hit. You didn't see the impact. You just saw the roofs of them and then the vehicles moving.
Correct.
Thanks. I've got no further questions. Just pass the witness.
Nothing from the state.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excused.
Yeah, we've got no objection.
All right, the rule has been invoked. That means you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense. Do you understand? All right, you may step down. State, call your next witness.
Calls Dora Rodriguez.
All right, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that everyone can hear. Okay. If you'll state your name for the record. Dora Rodriguez. All right, state.
Mrs. Rodriguez, I'm gonna get right into it. I'm gonna approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 81. Have you listened to the CD?
Yes.
And how do you know you listened to it?
I don't. You played it? Or?
Did you ever mark the CD?
Yes, I signed it.
And is the audio call that's on the CD, is it a true and accurate depiction of the 911 call you made while you and your husband were driving on 281?
Yes.
Has it been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, State would offer State's Exhibit number 81. Objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 81 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Judge.
Granted.
I do believe that there's an accident. So the traffic is stopped at 281 North by TGC Parkway. And I guess the truck didn't notice and he just ran into a bunch of cars.
So you're at the TGC Parkway right now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it going like BJ in the city?
Yeah, it's on highway. He just crashed into a bunch of cars.
Is it on 281 on the highway you're in?
On 281, the highway.
So not on TGC, but on US 281?
Yes, on 281 North.
Is it the crossroad of TGC?
Yeah.
Okay.
So they have they're already people there. I think there was already a crash, and then had a bunch of people stop, and then somebody else was going and didn't notice, so there's a second crash.
So there's two crashes in the same area?
Yeah, because there was like tow trucks taking care of those police ones for the first crash, and so everyone was at a halt, and then somebody else just crashed into a bunch of cars.
So someone didn't notice that there was an accident in the front and they hit somebody?
Yeah. So there was a line waiting for it, and he just smashed into a bunch of cars.
Do you know what is the car smoking or on fire?
I don't know. We laughed. We just couldn't saw it.
And was it flipped over or no?
I don't know. I just know that when he ran into the car, he saw turned.
So he hit multiple cars?
At least one car.
Okay, they were the ones waiting in the line?
Yeah, the people waiting in the line were hit by that truck.
Okay. All right, I'll send, let officers talk. Do you want to be contacted officers?
No.
Oh, I'll let them know now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Pass the witness.
Yes.
Hi, Ms. Rodriguez.
Hello.
How you doing? Nice to meet you. My name's Gary Lee. I've got a couple of questions to ask you about that night. So you were traveling back home via 281.
Yes.
Right? And you'd been out with your husband and your two children, right?
Yes.
And you'd actually been asleep in the car, is that right?
That's correct.
And so would it be correct to say that your husband you were passenger seat, right?
Yes.
And your husband was driving?
Yes.
And your husband's Jonathan?
Yes.
And Jonathan kind of woke you up
No, I'm trying to remember, but the change in speed, because he was going slower, also kind of woke me up a little. And then I don't remember if he like tapped me or not. I can't recall that.
Yeah, but so I'm not saying it.
Oh, okay.
Your husband.
I don't recall that.
You'd woken up, you'd been asleep and you'd woken up because you didn't actually see the crash.
No.
You're just talking about it with your husband.
Yes.
And I think that voice that we could hear on the 911 call was your husband.
That's correct.
And I think that he was in a better position to see stuff.
Yes.
And he was relaying much of that information to you.
Yes.
So you didn't actually, you were there, you phoned 911.
Yes.
But you didn't see anything.
I didn't really see anything.
And so would it be fair to say that the accident had happened by the time you called?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I've got no further questions, Judge. Pass the witness.
Nothing to say, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused?
Excused.
No objection.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means, you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense. Do you understand?
I understand.
All right. State, call your next witness.
State calls Paul Martinez, Your Honor.
So we had the husband and wife testify there about those were just bystanders who witnessed. Well, the husband witnessed the crash. The wife was
Deputy
present.
Laura.
For those that are that missed the
I'll
intro,
put you in charge of that.
I have fixed my air conditioner. It's like me myself with a lot of help. I fixed it. It's working. I don't know what I did to fix it, but it's working.
Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand, have a seat. Please keep your voice up so that members of the jury and the court reporter can hear you. If you'll state your name for the record.
Paul Andrew Martinez. Paul Andrew Martinez.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Martinez, thank you for coming in today. I'm going to jump right in. Time is always of essence, right? The fact is on July 22nd, 2022, were you employed at HEB?
Yes.
And to this day, are you still employed at HEB?
Yes.
And just real quick, before we get into trouble, make sure you listen to the end of my question and then answer it, because the court reporter is going to get very upset.
Okay.
And I'm trying not to upset her, okay?
Next question.
So,
Can you get the
just
judge
make sure
a
I
discount?
finish, and then you can start, and I'll make sure I try to do this next. So you still work at HEB to this day?
Yes.
And what in 2022 and to this day, what do you do for HEB?
Deliver groceries to the stores.
And
We have a big picture. We have a
I'm
poster.
going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 85.
It's a big rig. A semi-truck.
Okay. Whose truck is that?
This truck I was driving that night.
Oh, yeah, I guess I asked whose truck. It's HEB's truck.
Yeah,
right?
yes.
You drove it, right?
Yes, I
It's
drove
the
it.
one you drove that night?
Yes.
And it's a fair and accurate depiction of pretty much the scene that night. Is that right?
Yes.
In fact, your truck is at the spot where it was stopped when the accident happened?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to enter into evidence state exhibit number 85. I tendered the defense any objections.
No objection, Judge. All right, State's Exhibit 85 is admitted without objection.
Judge, may I publish it?
Yes.
The current witness is a semi-truck driver driving for HEB. I call it HEB, but apparently...
Now, just looking at that truck, I guess this is what we call an 18-wheeler. Is that right?
Yes.
I guess most people call it that. I mean, what do you call it?
Combination. 18-wheeler, most people. Yeah.
All right. So this is the truck you're driving that night. Is that right?
Yes.
And actually, I'm sorry, I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 82. You recognize this?
Yes.
And is this also, well, one, you recognize it, and two, does it show your truck at the scene?
My truck or the trailer? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're right. This is the trailer.
Yes.
This is the back part
Yes.
of what you're hauling. Is that right?
Yes.
But you were driving the truck that was attached to this trailer. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And Your Honor, this time the state would like to enter state exhibit number 82.
Objection, Judge. All right, 82 is admitted without objection.
Judge, we got our overhead, I think, working.
Okay.
And let's see if it's actually working. There we go. State exhibit number 82 is up there on the screen. That's what your truck looked like that actual night. Is that right?
Yes.
With the lights and the writing and everything on there. Is that right?
Yes.
And around a little after 2 or around 2 a.m. or so on July 22nd, 2022, when you were driving your truck, what highway were you on?
281 going northbound.
Northbound on 281. Do you know across the street that was at or near?
I know it's past that Evans Road where they built that new Via parking. That was on my left hand side.
There's a big Via parking structure there, parking lot where you can park. Okay.
Yes.
And you were near that, but you were going north on 281. And what brought your truck to a stop?
There was an accident ahead of us. A lot of cars were moving. Yeah. Well, they weren't moving, so yeah.
I'll try to make sure I don't talk as fast as I usually do. Well, let me ask you this. You said there was an accident up ahead. When you first stopped, did you know there was an accident up ahead?
I just saw the red and blue lights. The cop lights.
And did you see anything other than the red and blue lights? For instance, did you see vehicles
involved in the accident, or just
no, just
in front of me? Yeah, cars that were stopped because of the accident. We weren't moving. Yeah.
And so, were there cars in front of you?
Yes.
And were there cars in back of you?
Yes. When I came to a complete stop, yes.
And I think you already said this, but I just want to clarify. Were you just driving very slowly, like very slow, or were you at a dead stop?
Yeah, dead stop.
And what we're looking at here, state exhibit number 82 and also state exhibit number 85, is that where your truck was stopped at?
No, a little further back.
A little further back?
Yeah.
How much further back?
About a few cars.
3 cars?
A few cars, 4 or 5 cars, yeah.
Well, I'm going to fast forward a little bit here, but the truck that came to rest next to your vehicle, do you see it in state exhibit number 85?
Yes.
Can you point it out, please? And you're pointing to the back part of the trailer, behind the trailer, is that right?
Yes.
And where was that truck when the actual crash ended? Where was that truck at?
Where it's at? Yeah, there. Yes.
But
once it came to a complete stop, he didn't move anymore.
It did not move anymore.
No.
But you stated that your truck moved a little bit.
When I saw the truck coming towards me, we're moving where the cars were. I mean, we're turning around the other opposite way. Okay. So okay.
Let's talk about your truck.
Okay, you can't hear me?
All right, so this is what we're going to do. All right, I need you to keep your voice up because the court reporter can't hear what you're saying.
Okay.
And I know it's easy that people start getting into a conversational mode, but you're going to have to wait till the question is finished.
Okay.
And the easiest way to know a question is finished, once it's asked, don't answer immediately, just pause a little bit and then answer. Okay? All right.
All right. What my question was, is that you stated just earlier that your truck moved forward just a little bit.
Yes,
And this other truck, that's the wrecked truck behind your trailer, it moved away from that truck, is that correct? Let me rephrase, I would know that question.
okay.
Was this truck that was wrecked closer to your tractor trailer?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
I think I was just asking some confusing questions for you. Now, when you were at a dead stop, I believe you already stated there's vehicles around you, in front of you, and in back of you. You stated something just earlier that I said we get to that. You stated that something about U-turns or reversing of vehicles. Explain to the jury what you saw that night.
A lot of people didn't want to wait, I guess, for the accident to clear up, so they started turning around, going the opposite way.
And you stated they didn't want to wait. You're guessing at that, is that right?
Yes, several cars did that.
And why did they not want to? I mean, I'm not asking you what they were thinking, but you're saying they're turning around because of why?
I'm thinking because they don't want to wait for the accident to clear, because they were there for a while already.
Speaking of, how long had you been there before the actual accident happened behind you?
I would say 10, 15, 20 minutes. It's
10, 15, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Just,
while I was waiting, as complete stop.
I mean, and now you're guessing 10 to 20 minutes is quite big difference of time. Is that right?
Yes.
So you can't quite remember how long.
No.
Okay. And so tell me about the actual crash. What brought your attention to the crash that happened behind you first?
I just heard the noise. That's all I heard, noise.
What did that noise sound like?
Just something hitting maybe another vehicle or the wall. That's all I heard.
And speaking of that, you're a truck driver, you do for a living, and you've done it for a number of years. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you come upon accidents or around accidents quite often?
All the time, almost every night.
Almost every night that you drive?
Yes.
So you're familiar with coming upon a scene, and you sometimes stop at those scenes. Is that correct?
Usually when I see it, it had already happened. There's already operatives there already.
So this particular night, does this one stick out in your head because you actually had to stay at the scene?
Yes.
Now, you said that the first thing that brought you attention to the crash behind you was that you heard the crash. Did you end up seeing anything of the crash when you were still in your truck?
No.
Did you see any vehicles that were involved in the crash?
Just the one that pulled in front of me on my right side. That was the only one.
If you look at state exhibit number 82 on the screen in front of you, is that the vehicle you're speaking of?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 70. It's already been entered in the evidence. Is that the vehicle that you're mentioning that was in front of your vehicle?
Yes.
And that's the Volkswagen, the blue Volkswagen?
Yes.
And so when you saw, did you see that vehicle moving, or did you just see it after it had stopped?
No, I saw him moving. He was on my left side, ended up on my right side.
That's on your right side.
Yes, when it came to a complete stop, yes.
And if you know, do you know where it came from?
No.
And then, of course, what about the truck that is in state exhibit to your left right now? The truck that's in state exhibit number 85. That truck that came to rest near your trailer. Did you see that truck moving at all?
Yes, I was coming towards the trailer. Yeah.
And explain to the jury what you saw that night.
Just when I heard the accident, the noise, looked in my mirror. First I see this one here, my left side, ended up resting my right side, and then that's when I heard the other vehicle crash with a noise, and then I look in my mirror and I see him coming this way on my left side, and that's when he came to complete stop.
Now, after you saw this happen, you heard it happen, and then you saw these vehicles come to arrest. What did you do? Did you stay in your truck or did you get out of your truck?
Got out of my truck.
And what did you do?
I went up to the person on this one here, the black truck. I wanted to see he was okay because the way the truck looked, his pickup, and I went up to him and see if he was okay. I asked him if he was okay. Yeah.
And did you talk to him?
Yes.
And were you the first person to arrive there, or sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I was.
And so officers had not arrived at the scene yet?
No.
And what did that individual tell you?
Said he was okay. He was okay.
And where was he located at?
On the driver's side.
It was the driver's seat?
Yes.
And did you stay at his vehicle, or what did you do at that point?
No, then I went to check on the other person.
And you're saying the other person, state exhibit number 70 is on the screen, and that's
Yes.
the first.
Sorry.
Sure.
Yeah.
State exhibit number 70 is, you're speaking of the individual that was driving that vehicle.
Yes.
And did you go to that individual and speak with him?
He had gone off his car already, so I went to go see if he was okay.
And you had a conversation with him?
Very little.
Very little,
Yeah.
okay. And after speaking with him, what did you do then?
Well, before I went to the truck, when I got out my tractor to go check on him, that's when I called 911, and because nobody knew what had happened because they were at the other scene. So I spoke to dispatcher, told him what happened, and that's when I went to go check on him and in this car. After that, that's when the officers, I guess from that accident, they were running towards the accident. So.
Okay, so you say that the officers were running up to the scene where you were at.
Yes.
And did they speak with you at that scene when they arrived?
I believe one officer. I can't really remember. Yeah.
And then the officers are arriving at the scene, assessing. They were moving about the scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 71. Right here. Did you ever see this vehicle?
No.
Oh, wow.
That night, did you ever see that vehicle?
No.
I'm not asking about if it was during the crash. I'm saying after the crash.
No.
Do you see this in the background?
Yes.
Whose truck is that?
Yeah. My tractor trailer. Yeah.
Okay. So did you ever walk down to this, all the way down to this vehicle?
No.
Where did you stay at?
I was right around here, but no wall on this side.
So you stayed up by your tractor trailer, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
You never walked around the area?
No.
Okay. I'll show you what's been marked state exhibit number 76. Do you recall seeing this photo?
Oh, yes.
And this photo is already in evidence. And were you able to look at the scene and tell me what is in front of you right here?
Cars.
Cars.
Mm-hmm.
And is that the way it looked that night?
Yes.
And this is a construction zone, is that right?
Yes.
And in fact, it says a little sign right here. What does it say right there?
45 miles an hour.
And what does it say above it?
Work zone.
Work zone.
Mm-hmm.
Now, right after very soon after the the accident, was it sort of chaotic and just sort of everything sort of moving pretty quick with the officers running around?
Yes, I believe so.
And did you ever speak with the individual that was driving that pickup truck again?
Just when I first got off the tractor.
Mm-hmm. And did you ever let that individual borrow anything from you?
My cell phone?
He borrowed your cell phone?
Yes.
And did you allow, what do you do with the cell phone?
He made a phone call.
You know who he made a phone call to?
I believe to his wife. Yeah.
And do you recall what time that was at?
Right after the accident.
I'm going to show you what's been marked State Exhibit number 2. It's going to be on the screen in front of you. We're going to play it at 2:36:17.
Okay. So, yeah, it's a problem. You got another phone? Yeah, you got the license on you?
That's the individual you let borrow your phone that night, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's the individual that was driving that truck that's actually in that video right there, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you read the time stamp on there?
2:36.
2:36. And I mean, if I said this accident happened, so there's been some evidence that it happened at 2:21 or after, that would only be about 15 minutes after the actual accident. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever see this individual later?
No.
Well, I'm saying that night.
That night after the phone, I taking back my phone? No, I didn't.
Well, how long did you stay at the scene?
I think it was like 4 or 5 hours.
4 or 5 hours? So you actually stayed at the scene?
Yes.
And the officers asked you to stay at the scene, is that right?
Yes.
And why were they asking you to stay at the scene?
To see if I was involved in the accident. Yeah.
And so they were doing an investigation?
Yes.
And do you know about this vehicle that you said you never went and looked at, the one on the bottom there? Did you know what happened to that driver?
At the time?
Yeah.
No.
Do you know what happened to her now?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would object to hearsay. Anything that he learned at this point is for that.
I didn't ask him what they could do.
That'll be overruled.
So then you said you stayed there 4 or 5 hours, so that would be 6 o'clock, almost, so 6 o'clock or so in the morning, is that right?
Yes.
And did anybody else stay at the scene that was possibly involved in the crash here?
I don't think so.
Well, for instance, the individual that's in the video in front of you right now, State Exhibit number 2, was that individual still at the scene, if you can recall?
I didn't see him anymore. No.
And then the individual that was in the Volkswagen, the blue Volkswagen, that's that you spoke with, do you recall if he was still at the scene?
He was there for a while.
And I want to ask you, after this accident right here, right behind you, did anybody else run into all these parked cars?
I didn't see anybody. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll pass it over.
All right, defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Martinez. I'm Jasmine Olguina. I'm one of Alexander Castro's attorneys. I just have a couple of questions. And I want to start off by kind of setting the scene for what it looked like before the accident. So one of the things that you mentioned is that you were waiting for about maybe 10 to 20 minutes before the accident.
More or less, yes.
And this was at a standstill.
Yes.
And during this time, your 18-wheeler was parked and you saw vehicles. Some vehicles were turning around from the accident and they were going the other way on the highway.
Yes.
So you were able to see some vehicles turning around, meaning that their headlights were going the opposite direction.
Yes.
And this wasn't just one vehicle that you saw, these were multiple vehicles.
Yes.
And you would agree that that's chaotic in a sense for drivers driving onto this highway.
Yes.
So some of the vehicles are going one way, but you also saw some vehicles reversing from the line and trying to exit that way. Did you see that?
No.
I guess, did you see any vehicles that were in line kind of just instead of completely turning their vehicle the other way, they were just reversing to get out?
No.
You don't remember seeing that? So you don't remember seeing some cars backing up all the way?
No.
And when you were driving, there was a point where you saw a wrong way driver. You saw their headlights coming towards your vehicle.
Yes.
And you started flashing your lights at them.
Yes.
And you were afraid of seeing somebody coming head on towards you.
Yes.
And that was a car that wasn't involved in this accident.
I don't know what kind of car it was. Yeah.
So you're waiting there, and you don't see that this part of the highway is closed off in any sort of way.
It was closed off in the front to get into the highway.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, it was closed to get onto the highway. That part was closed.
What do you mean by that?
Like from the frontage road to get on 281. Yeah, it was blocked off there because of construction.
And what did the construction look like on that?
Where I was at?
Yes.
It was a 3-4 lane. It was open.
And then it turned into 2-lane.
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay. I'm publishing what has been marked as State's Exhibit 76. Mr. Martinez, what we see here is that this is your vehicle right here in this photograph.
Yes.
And you would agree that the accident that took place happened behind you.
Yes.
And do you know about how far behind you it was?
I don't know.
So it happened behind you. And as we can see from this photo, can you see it?
Yeah. I guess.
Is that this work zone sign, it says 45 miles per hour, that takes place kind of right where your trailer's at.
Oh, where the sign's at?
This sign right here that was pointed out, that sign is right next to your trailer. Maybe
Yeah, a little behind, yes.
Okay. And that's kind of the warning sign that was given to drivers if there was a work zone up ahead.
Yes.
Putting down State's Exhibit 76. Mr. Martinez, I know you didn't see the accident, but you did see some part, as you described to us, when you looked at your mirror and kind of looked behind you.
Yes.
And one of the things that you saw was what you know now to be Mr. Castro's truck.
Yes.
And you saw that truck either flipping or spinning after impact.
Yes.
You remember how many times you saw it either flip or spin?
I saw him spin, but I don't know how many times.
And can you describe to us what that looked like? Were his tires on the highway what you saw?
Yeah, it was on the highway.
So he wasn't airborne when you saw him?
No.
And then one of the reasons that you thought maybe this accident happened was because of the chaos from the wrong way drivers.
Yes.
And at that time, you believed maybe that's what could have happened.
Yes.
And we saw the Honda that you were asked about, and at no point in time did you see that vehicle.
No.
And at no point in time did anybody tell you about the condition of that driver at that night.
I heard that she was in bad shape. That's all I heard.
And at what point was that? Was that early on or towards the end of the night?
I guess kind of towards the end of the night.
So it'd be fair to say that while you were waiting and while you were talking to officers, you were not aware of what was ongoing?
No.
Dramatic pause. Any more questions?
Further questions, Your Honor, we pass the witness.
State. You say that towards the end of the night, not knowing that the individual, and let me show you, this car that you did not see because you never walked down there, you didn't know the condition of it until later in the night, is that right?
Yes.
And you never saw this vehicle at the scene,
No.
but you stayed there for 4 or 5 hours.
Yes.
Okay. Now, also, I'm going to show you what's been marked state number 2. It's on the screen in front of you. And we're going to play it at 3:21:58. I noticed something in this that it's blinking. What is that?
Oh, my blinkers, 4 ways?
Is that what they're called, 4 ways?
4 ways, yes. Hazard lights, yeah. I'm sorry.
Did you have those on before or after the accident or the crash that happened behind you?
Before?
So you had all these blinking lights on before that truck crashed out behind you?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 83. You're talking about some distance before. And do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And does it show the scene that night?
Yes.
And does it show the distance between your trailer and the truck?
Yes.
And it shows that distance from your trailer to this big sign that's across the highway. Is that right?
The distance, like how many feet from?
Not how many feet, but it shows that, in this photo.
Yes.
And it also shows the VW, the blue one that's off to the side of you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, stay with the ask the indicated exhibit number 83. Will tender to defense for any objection.
We object to cumulative. This is almost identical to the photo that's already been entered.
If I could see it, please.
Yes, Your Honor. May I get the other photo?
Yes.
Q, thank you for the super sticker. We've got our 56th objection here. It's been a little quiet on objections today, just a handful of them.
All right. Defense's objection is overruled and states exhibit number 83 will be admitted into evidence.
Hey, well, podcast. Look at that
Judge.
yellow courthouse.
May I
Good to
publish?
have you back
Yes.
in green.
Showing the jury what's been marked state exhibit number 83. So in this picture, it shows, we were talking about that distance that you sort of moved your truck up or truck and trailer up a little bit further after it happened. Is that distance we're speaking of right here?
Yes.
And then I can see all these lights on your truck. Is that right?
Yes.
Those are the lights that we saw in that body cam that you said were hazards or 4 ways that were blinking before the crash behind you happened. Is that right?
Yes.
And also in this picture, You
It's a
see
little bit
this
leading with
shadow
these
here,
questions.
and you see a pole right here. Can you see that?
Yes.
Is that the sign here that the Defense Council mentioned in State Exhibit number 76? It says 45 miles an hour work zone. That she said it was right next to your trailer.
Yes.
Okay. Also, you mentioned things about a wrong way driver, and you saw headlights. And I failed to ask you earlier, was that wrong way driver on the lanes of the highway, or where was it located on the highway?
On the shoulder?
So it wasn't in the lane that you're driving in or the other lane that other people could drive in?
No.
It was on the shoulder. Do you remember which shoulder? To your right as you're driving or to the left as you're driving?
On the right side.
So in this photograph that's on the screen right now in front of you, State Exhibit number 83, it would be to the right of that photograph, on the same side as that VW vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Recrossed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, so you said some wrong way drivers, you saw them go onto the shoulder and continue driving.
The first one was, he was on the shoulder.
Do you know if he continued on the shoulder? Were you able to look in your mirror and see if he kept going that way?
I'm not, I don't know.
That's okay.
Yeah.
What about the other wrong way drivers? Did you see where they were at? Were they also on the shoulder?
No, they were, when they turned around, they were on my left side.
So there was wrong way drivers coming from both sides of the lanes.
When I first, before the construction, I saw that one on the shoulder. And then as we came to a complete stop, that's when they started turning around the opposite way, going towards my left side.
And how many vehicles would you say were turning around and going the other direction?
Could have been 5, 6, 7, quite a few.
And what we see here on State's Exhibit 83, do you remember there being, I guess, how many feet away would you say that sign is behind your 18-wheeler? I'm not good with distance, but.
Yeah, I can't really say. Yeah. From pictures, it's different. Live. Yeah.
And you don't remember that other vehicles were backing up on the highway that night?
No.
When you were on the highway, you were coming, did you come in from the ramp right before?
No.
So you came in onto the standstill, kind of a good distance away that you kept just going forward.
Yes.
You didn't enter the highway right then and see that.
No.
And when you saw everything going on with the accident, or from what you could see, you believe that one of the reasons was this because of these wrong way drivers.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. We pass the witness.
No questions, please.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse, Your Honor, please.
Excuse, Judge.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense until the case is concluded. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, you may step down.
So the judge holds all her witnesses under that
who's
same
your next
order,
witness?
even after they're
Peter
released.
Stefano.
All right, how long do you anticipate?
He's a lane witness, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring in the next witness.
He's a lame witness, Your Honor. He's a lame one. I think he meant lay witness.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, after this witness, I'll give you a brief break. Are you okay to continue? Okay.
We love Judge Boyd. She's amazing.
Hello.
Defense
Could you raise your right hand for me,
attorneys swap
please?
seats.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can have a seat. I'm going to need you to make sure that you keep your voice up. So project so that the jurors can hear and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record.
Peter Stefanoff.
Why'd you move the microphone?
Just a little bit
completely
louder
away
for
from
me.
you?
Peter Stefanoff.
Great. All right, state your witness.
He doesn't. He's like, I don't need this microphone. I'm loud enough.
Stefanoff, is that how you say your last name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I messed up your name. I know that. I'm just going to see here. Yeah, there we go.
This is the
I just want to make sure that everybody is able to hear you. This is the, this.
Okay, this is the one.
This is that one right there. Okay. All right, sir. Thank you for coming in today. I'm going to go ahead and ask you some questions because we've met before. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we had you come into the office to speak about a crash that actually you were involved in back on July 22nd, 2022. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And so I want to talk about that crash today. And first, I'm going to show you on the screen in front of you to your right, State Exhibit number 68. Do you remember that vehicle?
Yeah, I do.
And whose vehicle was that?
It's mine, Vic.
It looks like in pretty good condition right there. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State Exhibit number 69. Is that same vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And then State Exhibit number 70. Is that same vehicle?
Yes, sir.
So, were you the only individual in that vehicle at the time?
Yes.
And will you tell the jury, where were you coming from that night?
I was coming back home from work.
So, everybody sort of knows, it's been evidenced already, that this is a little after 2 o'clock in the morning. So, what time do you get off work?
I clocked out at 2 o'clock, took Wurzbach, then 281 North. So it will take me about 25 minutes to be home.
So you sort of work a night shift, and where do you work at?
Yeah, that's what I do. I'm with the post office, and I work at the plant at Perrin Vital.
So you deal with sorting mail, is that correct?
That's what we do there, yeah.
Thank you. So where were you headed that night?
I was heading home.
And do you recall what road is that you were headed down?
That's 281 North.
And
somewhere around it's an overpass Stone Oak Parkway.
And when you were driving down the road, did you notice anything?
Well, at some point, I noticed that there was a line forming up ahead of me for about half a mile, probably. So I lined up behind the last vehicle.
And when you were driving up, you said you noticed a line forming, a line of, and I got to be very technical here, a line of what forming up?
A line of vehicles.
And how did you notice that these vehicles were lining up?
They stopped and they had the last vehicle. It was a truck, 18-wheeler, had its emergency blinkers on.
And I want to show you another poster to your left now of State Exhibit number 70. Do you recall seeing this photo before?
You showed me.
Okay. And you said about an HEB truck, is that correct? The 18-wheeler?
18-wheeler, yeah.
And the vehicle behind that 18-wheeler, was that your vehicle?
I cannot confirm. It looks like, but I'm not used to look at the back of my vehicle. So it might be. It could be.
Let me ask you this. behind that 18-wheeler, in between you and the 18-wheeler, were there any other vehicles?
No, I was immediately after the 18-wheeler.
You were the only car, you were right behind the 18-wheeler. How
Yes.
far behind the 18-wheeler were you?
I think about 40 yards, something. Quite a big distance.
Quite a bit difference. And so this is everybody on the highway sort of stopping, or are they slowing down, or is it a dead stop?
That stop.
Dead stop.
There was something in the front. I didn't know what exactly, whether that was another accident or some construction going on. Construction workers, they use that time of the day to move huge elements. I didn't know what was that.
So you live out 281, is that right?
I live pretty close to Timberwood, yes.
And so you're used to traveling, or you used to travel this 281 quite often, is that right?
That was my normal route. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Is it because of this night?
Yes, sir.
But before this night happened, you actually used to travel it quite often.
Every night.
And you mentioned construction. At that time, out on 281, was it under construction?
That part, yeah. And you have the sign speed limit, and it's orange. That's because of the construction going on.
Now, when you stopped behind this 18-wheeler, you mentioned that it had its lights on. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You said something about, I'm sorry, I can't, did you say emergency lights or what did you say?
Yeah, emergency lights, blinkers.
Did you have any lights on other than your headlights and taillights?
I put my emergency lights too.
So you actually had your emergency lights on also?
When I was stopped there.
And are you speaking of like the blinking lights?
Yeah.
And when you're waiting there in line at a dead stop, how long do you think you were waiting before your vehicle ended up like what we see in State Exhibit number 70 when something hit you? How long do you think you were waiting there?
I would say a couple of minutes.
Couple of minutes?
Yeah.
And so you came upon this stoppage or dead stop of all these vehicles. You came to a stop. You waited a few minutes, and then you're hit from behind.
No, I heard a noise.
Okay. Tell the jury what you heard.
I heard some kind of a noise. I cannot describe exactly, but it's kind of a compressed air or something. And I looked at the rear view, and I saw a huge truck literally flying sideways towards me.
And you saw this truck coming towards you, flying. You said like flying.
Yeah. No, it's airborne. It's airborne, yeah.
And then what happened next?
And then the next thing I remember, my mouth was full with glass.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of powder, not that, but glass. I could feel it. And I got out of the car and called 911 immediately.
And airbags on your side and everything, you're talking about, did your airbags go off in your vehicle?
Those on the side, I guess some at the back, because it's a huge car, it has 3 rows. The third row was not deployed, of course, but it's a pretty long car, and I guess the back airbag was also deployed. But that's all. The airbag in the steering wheel was not deployed.
So the steering wheel was still intact?
The airbag.
The airbag.
Yeah. Otherwise, when I tried to pull It's a car that is started with a key, not with a button. So I tried to pull the key, but it was blocked.
And so when you were hit, did you're at a dead stop, did your car travel forward?
I guess so.
Okay, because you don't know what happened.
I don't remember anything. It was just a split of a second.
And so your vehicle that you recall, just to be clear, was behind the 18-wheeler on the highway.
Yes, sir.
Were you within a lane?
Yeah.
And do you remember what lane you were in, the left lane or the right lane?
Right lane. There are 2 lanes and a shoulder.
A shoulder.
Yeah. But nobody travels on the shoulder. Police or emergency responders. The truck in front of me was on the right lane, and I was on the right lane. The left lane was free.
Now, do you recall any cars stopping behind you before the crash?
I saw a white car. White car, yes, ma'am. But later on, I didn't see it anymore. It might be that it turned around.
Now, you're saying you're in the right lane. What about the left lane? Was there a car stopped in the left lane, or was that lane open? Do you recall?
There was nobody in the left lane.
Nobody in the left lane?
Nobody.
And at the time of the crash, there was nobody in the left lane?
Nope.
You called 911, you stated.
Yes, sir.
And when you were on the phone with 911, I'm assuming, what did you were explaining to them what had happened?
I said that there is an accident at 281 North, and I asked for help because I was frightened.
And
I didn't know what my state was exactly, because I have heard of situations when your artery is punctured or fractured. You get out of the car, you sit on the side, and then you collapse and you're gone. So I asked for help.
So were you in fear for your physical safety?
Yes, sir.
Because of this crash?
Yeah.
And when you were on that phone with 911, did officers respond?
I mean, on the other side of the 911?
No, I'm sorry. Bad question. I apologize. Did officers actually physically arrive at the scene?
Pretty fast.
Pretty fast?
Pretty fast, yeah.
And did those officers speak with you?
Yes, sir. Yeah, when you say officers, you mean police officers?
Yes, sir, I do. Police officers. Yes, sir.
Yeah, because the first responders, the fire brigade, they came 2 hours later.
They came later.
A lot later. But I guess the police officers, one of their tasks was to identify my state, and probably they thought I can wait.
And speaking of waiting, for when the crash happened until you left the scene, do you recall how long it was, roughly?
2.5 hours.
Well, this crash happened around 2:20 a.m.
No, 2:15.
2:50. Sorry. Okay, 2:15. And what do you recall? What time you got home?
I can't tell you the exact time. I remember calling my wife at about 6 o'clock.
6 a.m.
Yeah.
And is that after you got home?
Yeah. The police officers were kind enough to drive me to my home.
They drove you to your house.
Yeah.
Now, did you speak to any of the other drivers that night that were there involved?
Yeah, the driver of the 18-wheeler was kind enough to ask me whether I'm okay, and he offered me water.
And actually,
but I had mine.
You had no water?
I had water. He offered me water, but I didn't take it. I had mine.
Sorry, I misunderstood you. I apologize. Is that the same individual? Did you see that individual, that 18-wheeler driver out in the hallway today?
Yeah.
And actually, he testified right before you. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Very technical. Yes, sir. I appreciate that.
That's not technical.
Let me
He
ask
just doesn't
you,
know what
did you
happened when
ever
he wasn't
see
here.
other vehicles that, another vehicle that was involved in the crash? Particularly a truck. In particular, a truck. I'm going to show you what's marked state, and you can look at your screen right there. State exhibit number 22. Do you recall seeing that truck that night?
I saw it from the other side.
You saw it from the other side?
And I saw it when they took me. Well, the officers wanted me to stay where I was, closer to my car. And 2 hours later, they invited me to go back where the firefighters were, and they checked all my vitals, but that was far behind. And on my way to that fire truck and back, I saw this.
Saw that vehicle.
Yeah.
And in this picture, you can see in state exhibit number 22, it's behind that 18-wheeler. Is that right?
I'm sorry.
It's behind that 18-wheeler.
Yeah.
I'm also going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number.
But by the time I saw this truck, the officers relieved the 18-wheeler to go home.
Okay.
So there was no 18-wheeler by that time.
Okay, so if you can direct your attention over here, state exhibit number 71. Did you ever see this vehicle?
Again, on my way from the fire brigade to my car to pick up some stuff and get into the police car. Yeah.
In fact, on this exhibit, can you look here and do you see your vehicle way up ahead?
Yeah, it would be my vehicle. Yeah.
Up there, and then you also see that HEB 18-wheeler?
Yeah. I didn't realize at the time that it was an HEB 18-wheeler. It looked a white truck. It looked like a white truck for me. I didn't notice it was an HEB.
Oh, you didn't notice that the HEB truck was an HEB truck?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, I'm going to ask you, do you recall any vehicles on the highway, one turning around and driving the opposite direction?
Yes.
And does that mean they turned around and their headlights were facing the opposite direction?
Yes.
And where were they located, in the lanes of traffic, or where were they located on the highway?
They would turn around and move in the opposite direction on the adjacent lane, on the left lane.
On the left side. So was it on the shoulder or within the lanes?
I cannot specify. It might be both.
Okay. But you remember seeing headlights going the opposite direction.
Oh, yeah.
And so if the ATV truck is in front of you, was it in that lane? Was it in your lane that you saw these headlights coming towards you?
No one was driving in my lane.
And did anybody drive in the left lane?
Yeah.
And but the opposite direction?
Yeah.
So those headlights would be facing down the highway further down the highway? So people driving towards you would see headlights coming towards them.
They were very careful, but yet it was against all the rules, what they were doing. But they were very careful in driving pretty slowly.
Mm-hmm. And again, was it in the left lane or right lane or the shoulders of the highway?
I was on the right lane. Those might have been on the left lane or on the shoulder. I cannot specify.
You can't remember?
No.
I mean, again, you were in a major crash that night, I understand. Now.
No, I'm sorry, sir. Those turning around was before the crash.
They what?
Before the crash.
Before the crash?
Yeah, they were turning around and going backwards before I got hit.
And did you see any vehicles actually putting on reverse lights or reversing out?
No.
No? Okay.
They didn't like all the answers they got, but this
Did any other crashes happen after this crash that involved you after that? Did anybody run into y'all after this crash?
I was hit only once.
Okay, thank you. I know that you stated earlier that you don't drive this way anymore.
No.
Why is that?
Check the relevance, Joe.
Relevance. What's the relevance?
Relevance is, Judge, that this is also an individual that night that came into contact with this truck, that contacted his vehicle, and the emotional toll that it took on this individual.
The objection will be sustained.
We'll pass the witness, John.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stefanoff. Your Honor, may I approach very briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Stefanoff, there's been some questions about this picture. My name's Gary Hillier, by the way, if you can ask a few questions, if that's okay. So that is marked as 76, I believe. This is a pretty good representation, sorry guys, of the scene, right? Is that correct?
It looks like
it's from behind
around.
the car.
Yeah. Some of the elements look like.
Yeah, and so there was a lot of talk about what lanes people were in. So here is you're in the middle lane.
There is no middle lane.
There's no middle lane. So what is this to your right?
Shoulder.
This is the shoulder. And what's that to left? Because there's a lot of talk about left lane, right lane. What is this one here?
My car, if this is my car and the truck are in the right lane, the left lane is the one adjacent to the right lane.
Okay, thank you. That clears that up. So we've got the shoulder.
Yes, sir.
The right lane.
Yeah.
And then the left lane.
Mm-hmm.
So when you said that, so this is I think that you said that, thank you. That's all I need. How could I sit down? You said that you said that there was a line, and that's the line that was forming ahead of your vehicle, right? We can see that line there. Right. And when you arrived there, you said that the line had formed, it was about half a mile long already.
Maybe, yeah. That was a long line.
Yeah, it was a long line. I'm not asking you to commit to that, but it was a long line. I think you said earlier half a mile. And were you aware that line of traffic had been caused by a wrong-way driver coming up the wrong way on the off-ramp?
No.
Okay. And how long did you say that you were stuck behind the tractor trailer, the HEV van truck?
Couple of minutes.
And while you were there, did you see any warning? Because you said that you weren't aware that there was an accident in front of you, right?
I said, I thought it's either an accident or a construction going on, because the construction workers use this time of the day to move heavy elements.
Right, okay, thank you for clarifying that. So it could have been one or the other, because you're familiar with the location. There was lots of construction at the time.
Yeah.
But there was nothing that you saw on your arrival at this scene here when you stopped in that line of traffic that would tell you it was an accident.
No.
No. There were no police vehicles with red and
There were blinking lights but construction workers very often use similar lights, right? Not exactly the same, but pretty similar. I don't know what color is lacking when the construction workers are using. I think they don't use red, but they use blue or something like this.
Well, no, you didn't see any police cars.
But it's too far to see a police car.
So you couldn't see police cars?
I couldn't see a police car.
Well,
All right, so everyone, y'all need to stop talking over each other. I'm looking at the court reporter's records, and y'all are talking over each other.
That makes the record.
Sorry, Judge, I didn't mean to. Mrs. Stefanov, you said that you saw before the accident, you said that you looked in your rearview mirror and you saw a white car behind you.
Yes, I did.
And that turned around and driven the other way.
I don't know.
But it wasn't there anymore.
It wasn't there anymore.
And the traffic was coming slowly, but driving towards you on that left lane, going back the other way on the highway.
By the time I stopped behind the 18-wheeler, there were no cars going backwards.
There were no
cars going, no.
So when
I saw some cars turning around when I was approaching.
Okay.
But when I stopped there behind the 18-wheeler, there were no cars turning. I was the last car.
That was not the answer they wanted.
So wait for you to finish. So you as you were approaching the 18-wheeler, people were reversing, not turning around and driving away.
Yeah.
But not after you stopped there.
Yeah.
And how long do you think that you were waiting in that line of traffic?
As I said, a couple of minutes.
Okay, Mr. Stefanov, I'm very glad that you're okay and not hurt, and I've got no further questions, sir. Thank you for your time.
Very quickly, you didn't see any patrol cars or anything like that, as defense counsel was asking, but you stopped.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you repeat the question?
You didn't see patrol cars like the defense counsel,
patrol cars? No, I didn't see any patrol cars.
but you still stopped.
I stopped because there was a line.
Thank you. Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused?
Please.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone except for attorneys for the state or the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is this witness excused?
Please, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you all a short break. And we're going to come back at 3:45. Is that enough time for everyone? Remember my rules. You're only to think about this case and listen when you're inside the courtroom. Does everyone understand? All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors.
As we take just a brief break here, we get to see the Alamo, I think. Or maybe we get to watch court as well. Oh, nope, just the Alamo. All right, we take a brief break. Let me catch people up. I've seen a couple questions. This morning I shared with you just the joys of owning an old home. And my air conditioner went out. It actually went out late last night. So it was very hot last night, especially upstairs where we don't have air conditioning anyway, because that air conditioner went out previously. So no air conditioning. We get a text message saying, deadly heat wave happening now, the next 3 days. I'm like, great, perfect timing. Everybody, all the AC guys are just slammed with work. Everyone's having their ACs that has problems, wants it fixed when it's really hot. Couldn't get anybody to come out, but my good buddy Alex was kind enough to say, hey, just text me a picture of your system, and I'll tell you, if you have one. It turns out we do not have a float valve, that little switch. Our system doesn't have one because of how it's set up. And it still wasn't working. Did a lot of troubleshooting, ran to Lowe's, bought a lot of little toys to test things out, got a new multimeter, and had a friend come over checked it out. Couldn't find out the problem. We verified that there was power at the breaker, that the breaker was good, but there was not power going through the board. We thought the board was bad. Then I found out that you have a GFI circuit that had tripped, and it was tripping every time I'd reset it, it would re-trip. I don't know what I did to fix it, other than I took the thermostat off the wall, which was 6-volt bus's idea, by the way. Took the thermostat off the wall, then reset it. And as soon as the thermostat was on and it would undo, it would trip. So as soon as it would try to turn on the blower, it would trip. So I thought maybe the fan was broken, but I gave the fan a spin, thermostat off the wall, reset it, and it works. We plugged it all in and everything's working. So it's cooling now. So you can also fix it by removing the GFI. I could, but if there's a short somewhere, I want that GFI to come in clutch. 6-volt, yes, very helpful. Not just with ideas, but full on Google searched the products and the error codes for lights and everything. I can't say enough about him. He's like Elefino. Yes, if you missed the reference to Elefino, you have to go back and watch the very beginning of the live stream. Our sponsor of this live stream, although we're not really sponsored, it's a pretend sponsor, is Elefino HVAC. So you got to go back and watch that. It was that's what happens when I get too much hot weather or too much hot and not enough cool, and my head does things like that. So, all right, where are we? We've got just a few minutes here. 97 in Philly with a heat index of 101. It was epic. It was. Maybe I could use that to show companies, look, I can do a commercial for you. See? All right. 101 in North Cal. You guys, that is hot. We've got like 97% humidity. It's crazy. Double dog dare you. It would have to be the right company. It was a good commercial. There you go. I wrote it quickly while I was preparing the live stream. Last witness was favorite so far, who was like, are you listening to the words coming out of my mouth? Yes, I understood what you meant. Yes, he was like, no, I didn't say that. I said this. I was very clear about it. No, that's not what happened. This is what I testified to. I love that. I love a witness who will hold their own and not get bullied by questions, either prosecution or defense. He was good that way. 99 in Utah. That's where I'm headed. Ooh, it's going to be hot. It's going to be hot. Let's see. Luckily, with our Airbnb that we're going to, they pay for the electricity for running the cooler. So we're going to keep it like a meat locker in there. The throw in his mind says, really? He didn't even know what the color the construction lights flash? Maybe blue? Maybe we're all colorblind. He could have been. 54. Emesters, where are you at? Where are you at that it's 54? And is that Fahrenheit or Celsius? I guess the North Pole, which is melting. Steve, welcome to the jury. We're looking at this. Yes, you've been here for 10 months. 10 months. That's congratulations, Steve. Construction lights here are orange. I think mostly it's orange. There are sometimes, the reason I say this is there are some lights that are purple. There are states I've been to where construction workers and vehicles use purple lights. Interesting. I remember seeing that. 54 Celsius is 129 Fahrenheit. That's what I'm saying. She could be in like Death Valley or something like that. 51 degrees in Alaska. Nice. A lot of new documents are dropping right now in the Sarah Boone trial. There is one that says it's 2 pages long and it's correspondence, but it's marked confidential. I don't know why it was marked under seal, but it is. So we're not able to read that one. There's a lot of just court paperwork back and forth, motions related things. So we're keeping an eye out for any more letters. Can't we skip the break? Oh, we can. Sorry. Thank you, Jordy Minority. We're gonna skip ahead and get over the break because we were half an hour behind. Now we're only 20 minutes, 18 minutes, 17 minutes, 15. Oh, we're back. So now we're about 15 minutes behind. Thank you for the reminder, Jordy. I always think that we're live, but we're not. Josh Hutchins, welcome to the jury. 42 in Antarctica, Death Valley is only 96. Cold spell in Death Valley, apparently.
All right, sure.
.103. Let me check the weather here.
All right, Deputy Laura, let's bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
If you will bring the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And state, call your next witness.
State calls Officer Roman Cabrera.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth will help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
My name is Roman Cabrera Duran.
All right, and make sure you keep your voice up so that everyone can hear.
Okay. Good.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Cabrera, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, I'm employed with the city of San Antonio. I've been on the police department just under 3 years.
Okay, I'm sorry, you say 23 years or 3 years?
Under 3 years.
Under 3 years.
Yes,
That's what I was
not
going to
22.
say. Like, very young looking for 23 years spent in the FAPD. All right, so I'll go ahead and ask you some of these questions about your training. Did you go through certain training to become a San Antonio police officer?
Yes, sir.
And please explain to the jury what type of training you went through, briefly, of like the academy, things that you had to go through in classes.
To be employed by the city of San Antonio, you go through 35 weeks at the San Antonio Police Academy. It's a lot of physical training, penal code, traffic law, civil law training as well, just to come out here and do a proficient job for the citizens.
And how long is that training for?
It's 35 weeks. 35 weeks.
35 weeks. And then after the 35-week training, you have to go through other additional training. Not training, but like a probationary period.
Yes, there's a 1 year probationary period. There's a 5-phase program where you're with a field training officer. There's 3 months where you're with a different officer every month. And then there's a 2-week evaluation period where you have a different evaluator each one of those weeks.
And you said you've been on the force just under 3 years.
Correct.
So, and then please tell the jury what type of duties or what your duties are right now.
I work for patrol, so I take everyday calls, any emergency calls, disturbance calls, family calls, accidents on the highway. Just anytime anybody calls 911 or the non-emergency number in my area, I'll be sent out there.
And what area do you work in currently?
I currently work in North Patrol.
And I'm going to go ahead. Are you a Texas certified police officer?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and go to the date of July 22nd, 2022.
Thank you, Babs.
Were you on duty at the early morning hours?
Yes, sir.
And in particular, I'm going to be talking around 2:15, 2:20 a.m. in the morning.
Yes, sir.
And were you dispatched to a crash accident scene?
Yes.
And where was that crash located at?
It was on 281 northbound lanes, just north of the Stone Oak Parkway and TPC Parkway intersection.
And you say intersection, was it on the highway or was it on the access road?
It was on the highway.
On the actual highway. And this area, if you recall, was it under construction or was it just a highway without construction?
At the current time, it was under construction.
And after you got this call, did you proceed to that location?
Yes.
And what was you stated it was for accident or crash or wreck on the highway?
Correct.
And you have a code ban, or what we used to call a code ban, or I guess a dash cam in your vehicle.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit. I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 92. What the sleeve has been, but inside that sleeve, there is a disc. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that disc?
I put my name on there as well as my badge number, and I dated it when I reviewed the tape.
And what is on this disc?
My Coban video, or the dash cam video of my vehicle.
The dash cam of your vehicle. And so that was the vehicle you were driving on July 22nd, 2022 at around 2 a.m.?
Correct.
And it's a fair and accurate depiction of what your dash cam caught that night.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would be asking to enter state exhibit number 92 into evidence or tender to defend any objections.
Yes, Your Honor, we would object to relevance, and may we approach?
Yes.
It's a relevance objection. Sorry, I've got the fan going on high now. Got a little warm for a minute. Objection, relevance. I think a body cam footage of a police officer responding to the scene of the crime, I think this is coming in. I don't think relevance is a strong argument against that. This particular witness slurs his words together quite a bit, and it makes it hard to understand. That's why I thought he has been on the force for 103 years. Valerie, this is a great question. I think Mrs. RA is fine with like 73. I would, if I had my way, 65 is great. 65 is great. So we compromise at about 71. Larry, this is my life. This is my life, for sure. We live in an old house that is, it's tight like a sieve. When the hurricane comes through, the wind.
And have you all step back? There's something that I need to view outside your presence. It'll probably take me about 10 minutes to view it. So remember my previous instructions. Rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone, okay?
When a hurricane comes through and I close all the windows and doors, and you stand in the house and it's blowing, 60, 70, 80 miles an hour outside, it will ruffle your hair in the house, just like through the walls, through the windows. This is how my house is built. It's crazy. Yeah. Is this officer dismissed? But there's nothing quite like, I never thought I'd do this. I was terrified of hurricanes before I came here. There's nothing quite like sitting on the front porch watching a hurricane, because we have a wraparound porch, so we have two sides, and generally one side is sheltered from the wind usually, and so generally you can find a place to it where you can sit and just watch it rain sideways. A lot of fun. looks confused. I think they're still talking about the body cam footage. Judge is watching the body cam footage. It'll take about 10 minutes, and so we're going to fast forward because we can, right? Because we can. 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, 1 minute. Where are we at? 1 minute. See if we can get all the way current. Yep, we're caught up. Now we're live. Terrified of tornadoes? I am as well. Most of the time, I think they happen at night here, which is just scary. Closest tornado destroyed a home probably 3 miles from me a few years ago, like 6 or 7 years ago. Haven't had a tornado in the area since then. Oh, Nova Scotia. Oh my goodness. Morgan, where's Anne of Green Gables filmed? Where's that story set? Is that around Nova Scotia somewhere? Although I'm not a big, fan of, I've watched all the shows because I'm married and that's what we do. But Prince Edward Island, yes. I love that setting. I would love to be around there. Sweet and salty, yes, I fixed the AC myself. I don't know how I did it. It just started working again. Lots of turning it off and on again. The GFI circuit had tripped and was tripping over and over. Tried a few things at 6-volt bus's request or advisement, and we ended up with it working again. But no parts were replaced. So the intermittent problem went away is probably a better description, although I'll take credit for that. Prince Edward Island is beautiful but very rural. Could I get Prince Edward Island and the coast? Is that an option? Is there any plots available? So you have little Larry standing there with the button pressed in. No, it's all put together again. It's but I did have some help at one time holding the button. Prince Edward Island is all coast. One day I would like to have my property touch the water. I've always loved the water, and I'd like to be that close to it. I don't think I'll ever be able to afford that. Western New York, lots of snow. Second stream in 2 days where RA says he wants an island. Keith is probably going to be closer. Houseboat. I think what's probably going to happen instead of getting an island is I might rent a houseboat one time. That would be ideal. If I can get a couple friends or maybe some family members to go in and rent a houseboat together, that would be cool. Welsh lady, I'm not a big fan of canals. I like the moving water. I like the clear, cold, moving water. This is a proffer. Well, yeah, I believe it's a proffer to the court of the dash cam or body cam footage from this police officer responding to the scene. It's been objected to for relevance reasons, and she has to watch the whole thing. And it's about 10 minutes. We've skipped through most of it, so any minute now she's going to be back. Donna, oh my goodness. I've never been to Lake Powell. Been to Moab, been to the Grand Canyon, never been to Lake Powell. And now that it's filling up now, right? Didn't they get a whole bunch of water this year? Didn't that help a ton? Give it like 4 more feet of water in there. Are you wishing for a broken water main in your front yard? No. I've replaced my water mains. That's one of the things we've done in this house. We replaced all the way out to the main line because we did have a broken. Sim, I kid you not. We got a water bill. I forget. It was $3,000 or $4,000 water bill in 1 month. And the city never called. They're like, oh, it's been, you know, it wasn't like all at once. It's been going like that for weeks and weeks. I'm like, so you have a system that notices and literally sends you alerts when someone uses a ton of water and it's not normal. And you didn't bother telling us that we had an underground leak that was just filling Olympic-sized pools. They didn't. The lucky part is the water itself is not expensive. The expensive part is paying to have water treated when it goes back through the sewer system. So the sewage side of the water bill is really high. And because I could prove that the pipe break was underground and it just went down back into the aquifer, they struck several $1,000s off that bill. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? We'll be in court for a few more hours.
Okay.
How's the AC in here? Do you like it? Do you want to go stand by that and see if you...
It feels amazing.
Go stand by that and just feel... You might never... You have to go feel that first. I'm serious. You might never leave, but...
Oh, 62.
I set it to 62.
Amazing.
It's really good. Mrs. R.A. is incredible. We should do an R.A. channel houseboat week on the Mississippi. Houseboat on the Mississippi. I watch a couple that have a houseboat down in Louisiana. I think it's called Dat Louisiana Life or something like that. And it's the most relaxed channel. They're like, oh, we're going to cook some dinner. We're going to catch some fish. We're at the houseboat. We're going to go out and do some fishing. We're going to, hang out with the neighbors. And it's the most chill YouTube channel ever. And it's fun. It's just so fun. It's a couple, and I think they have a son, and they have some friends and stuff. But they've got it's a houseboat, for lack of a better word. It's on a lake, but it's sort of like in the swamp around a lake, and I'm addicted to it. I want something like that, but I'd like a little colder water and maybe some moving water. But I'm more a cold water guy. You're not talking me out of it. It sounds wonderful. Where was the GFI? It was the cable that powers the power line that goes into our heater unit was sort of wrapped around another one, and I confused the two. When I checked it again, I saw that the one cable I thought it was actually not connected to anything. So I checked the other one, and it was going to a GFI that was tucked around back, like up in a rafter, because it's down in our basement. We've got like a dried-in basement. It was a basement that was dug out under the house and then dried in, cemented in. So it was back under there, and I could see the light was on, and I reset it, and it. When I unplug everything from the GFI, I can reset it, and it's just fine. So I'd say the short is on the whatever you're plugging into it. So I reset it, plugged it in, and the heater, as soon as it would try to start the fan, it would trip. And eventually we got it to start without a problem. Ari wants a houseboat in an Alaskan lazy river. Got it. There's no such thing as a lazy river in Alaska, though. I'm a seasons at the pool kind of girl. Jennifer, I've read through some of the JOI's response to Sarah Boone's motions, or the JAC's response, I think. But I haven't read through all of them. Houseboat in the fjord. Oh, take me back to Norway. I would love it. I loved the time I spent in Norway both times. Beautiful, beautiful country. Absolutely gorgeous. I dated a girl from Norway briefly. Very briefly. She was not the one. Cab, no, I haven't talked to Jules about that. Oh, the springs. There's some cold springs. I think there are some springs that people float on inner tubes. It's like the Apple River situation, but in Florida. I'd love to go underwater metal detecting there. Dan, I actually got a robocall while I was on the stream here today. I didn't take it on the air, but I told them they'd called a mortuary, and they didn't believe me. I said, nobody's here by that name, and if they were, they wouldn't be able to speak to you. Oh. My hubby wants to know how attached you are to that thermostat. Bugdugger, it's an Ecobee or Ecobee thermostat, which is it's also got built-in Alexa on it. It ties into my internet, and more importantly, it ties into my phone, and that I am attached to. So I don't want to switch to anything that I can't remotely control, because when I'm away from home, I can check on our house sort of through that. It's a long break here. Can I just say, my wife has been, first of all, most of the day in a very hot house, no AC. As soon as I got the AC fixed, she had left to go do shopping and things like that, to take the kids out. We needed to get some new shoes for the ones that are growing like weeds, and some clothes for the trip, and some food. And then she came back, ran, and I think they went and picked up my son from work, came back again, and now she's going to help somebody move in this heat. There's a friend of hers that's moving a couple miles away, and she's like, I'll be there to help. That's my wife. She's that amazing. Yeah, I have a specific sensor just for my room, Steve. Love it. Sorry, deserves a spa day. She deserves more than that. She's amazing. She has planned our entire trip. I would say down to the minute, but she has a hand-drawn calendar, day by day, decorated, stickers, everything else, with everything that's going on, all the things to remember. You had a creek running under your house? Gold Country of California. You see wedding photos of a very skinny, scrawny me in a dress, or a kilt, I should say, with Mrs. R.A. It's practically the same thing, Karina. I did wear a kilt. I made a big mistake. I wore a kilt to my wedding. Never try to outshine the bride. The dress should be the most, catchy, eye-catchy thing there. The kilt was a mistake. Yeah. Everyone's coming in and, oh, it looks like we're coming back. Everyone's coming in and testing the air conditioner, which Aaron was nice enough to lend us. Need a thumbnail of the calendar? We might show you the calendar, as long as it doesn't have lots of phone numbers and personal information on it. Okay, Mrs. Ari, come organize my life. Christiane, do you know what she's phenomenal at? She budgets. Like, she can make a budget and track, and it's crazy, crazy, crazy. But we can track every penny we've spent our entire marriage long. She's got a history of everything, where it went. Now, there's money that I get that's just for me, and generally it's about $10 per pay period. Just notice that with only one pay period, I've earned a lot less. I used to get paid every 2 weeks, but $10 per pay period was my money, and she would get the same amount, and then most of the family expenses were shared. But she does absolutely incredible job budgeting, and she just doesn't spend. No, wearing a kilt with nothing on underneath to an underwater wedding was a mistake. I had things on underneath. I had socks and shoes like any good Scot would have. Okay, I think we're back. Almost. Nope. True Crime Kitty, she does a great job decluttering, but just know it's going to hurt. I had to fight to keep my yearbooks. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure if I got to keep them. I think they might have got thrown out. When we decluttered. We got rid of stuff. Quite a bit of stuff. We're waiting for Bueller. This might be our last witness of the day at this rate. Christy, I married up. She's absolutely incredible. She's amazing. Like that AC? It's pretty nice, huh? I'm going to see if I can have her do a video on some of that, on decluttering, just the experience of decluttering. I mean, it's painful when you go through it. The kids are like crying, "That's my favorite toy," but you haven't played with it for over a year. Like, you haven't touched it for over a year. And but yeah, she's incredible. Yes, Judge Boyd does know about those of us who are LawTube adjacent and our love of her style of dishing out justice. We actually sent her flowers and thanked her, let her know from the channel. It was great. We got to see those delivered. That was because of you guys. It was not my idea. You guys said, let's send her flowers, and the donations came in for the flowers. I'm like, stop. Okay, we'll do it. I didn't know how to do it. It took a little bit of research, but we got flowers sent. They were beautiful. Larry, the one thing because she'll declutter my closet. She's like, do these fit you anymore? Like, do they really fit you? I'm like, no, but I hope to one day fit them again. She's like, okay, they're going. But the one thing she doesn't throw away is my electronics. I'm like, this is my safe. I've got a trump card that's like, don't throw away any of my electronics. But I get one warning, and I have to put them away, or else they will disappear. As someone who cleans, organizes, and declutters for clients, it can be painful for the client. For me, I love it. LMR, if you can actually detach yourself from items you have that are, a lot of us have things that have value, even to other people. I'm not saying you should get rid of everything you don't use. How do I say this? She does the whole. Is it KonMari? What's that? If it doesn't bring you joy, you get rid of it. She did that thing. I forgot what I was going with that, but you can sell your stuff. When I knew that she was going to just be throwing away most of my stuff, at that point I'm like, well, at least I can sell some of it. And we started putting some of it up on Facebook before we moved. I ended up KonMari. Okay, that's it. Calamari. That's similar, different. Mari Kodo. Do you have a man drawer? Are you talking about like a junk drawer? Everybody has one junk drawer, right? We have one. But I have to, certain things are not allowed in there. Like you can't have like pencils and pens in it because we have a drawer for pencils and pens. So we get some cables, some batteries, some adapters, flashlights and flashlight parts. Those go in there. I don't have a junk drawer, or I don't have a just for men drawer, CLK. But I do have a bin. Actually, I have about 4 bins that are my stuff, and I have a few boxes downstairs in the basement. I have rocks that I collected as a kid that I've managed to hang on to through all these cleanings because I hide them really well. Rocks mean a lot to me. I'm late, but my property touches the water. This is all I'm at. Freshwater, saltwater, river, lake, canal, stream. Pet rocks are for life. Okay, little RA. Behind that door on the shelf, there's a rock that's cut in half. A big one. Can you get me 1/2 of it? The other side. The other rock. There are 2 rocks. Just 1/2. Just 1/2. It's really heavy. Thank you. I got this rock right here, which looks fancy. It was twice the size because it was 2 pieces. I cut it in half. Can you get me? Actually, I'm going to just use some water. I'm going to use some Deer Park water. Here we go. I carried this rock around for, 4 years until I finally had a friend with a rock saw who's like, hey, go ahead and cut that. And I cut it. So look at this. Look at this. See this? It goes beautiful. When it's wet, it looks phenomenal. Looks like this. I need to polish it and wax it and everything. But when I saw this rock, I knew it had something special inside, and I've always envisioned what it was, and now I know. Okay, you can put that one back. These ginger snaps for me. Did Ari just propose to us? Nope. We're back, though. Jury's coming in right now.
If you will bring the jury.
Yes. All right, everyone, please be seated and state it is your witness.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that at this point, the state would offer state exhibit number 92, which is the Dashcam video from Officer Chevria's patrol car.
All right, 92 and 93.
Oh, the body, I'm sorry. I mean, we would be offering the body cam also of Officer Cheparia.
So you're offering state's exhibits. What are the exhibits number?
92.
I'll give you a hint.
Overhead, I believe, is 92, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sorry.
I graduated in
All right.
high school in
And
95.
Defense, are you re-urging your objections to state's exhibit number 92?
Yes, Judge, we re-urge our previous objections.
All right, and that will be overruled. State's exhibit number 92 is admitted.
May I approach it to the jury?
Yes.
And Judge, for purposes of this, Peter, this is, we have an exact copy on our hard drive that was copied from this disk. Can we go ahead and play the exact copy from State's Exhibit number 2 that's on the hard drive?
All right. You mean state's exhibit number 92?
Yes. Did I say?
All right. Yes. Defense, any objections to the playing of 92 from the state's hard drive?
No, Judge, it's the same copy for mine.
All right.
Okay.
You may proceed.
And Officer Cheparia, please, we're going to go ahead and start playing this video from the beginning. Please explain to the jury what we're seeing on the screen. What are we seeing on the screen?
So this is the video for it's called, well, we called it a Coban, but that's the brand of Dashcam that the city used at the current time. This is me headed to the scene of the crash that I was dispatched to.
So this is at roughly 2:26:18. As far as you know, is that the accurate time?
Correct.
And it says a date of July 22nd, 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And were you being dispatched somewhere?
Yes.
And where was that?
To a crash just north of TPC Parkway on 281.
We're going to go ahead and fast forward it here. Now, are you on 281 on this one?
Correct.
Oh, sorry. Give me just a second. Okay, go ahead and play it and pause it now. Oh, one more. There we go. We're pausing at 2:28:49. Can you read what that exit sign of the highway says?
Yes, it says Stone Oak Parkway and TPC Parkway.
And so that's an exit to the access road. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and play it.
I don't know how old I am. I have to do the math, but it's in the 40s. 77.
Now we just saw some arrows on the roadway there. What is that indicating?
So at the time it was a 3-lane, and then right after the exit, it goes down into a 3-lane, emerges.
Thank you. Go ahead and play. Then what are we looking at here?
This is me approaching the traffic up ahead.
March.
You notice in the middle of the highway there, is something over the highway, like a signage?
Yes.
And I'm going to go ahead and come up there and point at that and tell me, do you know what that is? Above the area. Judge, may I step up?
Yes.
Right up here, across the highway.
Yes. Those, I believe those are caution signs.
Caution, okay.
This is a jury trial, manslaughter. The defendant in the red tie on the right-hand side of the top right-hand corner of the screen is accused of crashing into someone and killing them. Going 90 and a 45.
Now, when you arrived at the scene, what did you see?
So Officer Morgan is on my right-hand side. I saw him trying to direct me with his flashlight, where to kind of position my car, as well as I saw the standstill traffic up ahead and Mrs. Sabert's vehicle to the right-hand side.
I'm sure you reached the marked state exhibit number 93. Can you please just go ahead and view that and tell me if you know, Juan, what that is?
Yes, that is my body cam video.
And is it a body cam from July 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
At roughly 2:20, 2:30 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
And this portion or this body cam, does it show the scene that night?
Yes.
That you arrived at?
Yes.
And on this particular body cam, is it muted?
Yes.
So there's no audio in it, is that correct?
Correct.
And then, but it's just visual, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in lack of other certain portions removed, it's a fair and accurate copy of what was done that night by you?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, state's asked to enter state exhibit number 93. Tender to discuss for any objections.
Judge, we re-urge all of our previous objections.
All right, and that will be overruled.
Thank you. And Judge, again, with this item, just like the last one, state exhibit number 93 has been copied to our hard drive. We'd be asking if we can play it from our hard drive instead of from the CD. That's an exact copy.
Any objections?
No objections.
Thank you.
We're starting it from the beginning, but we're going to go ahead and fast forward it.
So this part's going to be pretty boring for us unless they start narrating it, because this is
Pause it at 2 minutes 30, 2:30:03.
we can't see.
This is from your body cam. What are you doing at this particular point?
Getting out of my vehicle and just making sure there's no incoming vehicles. I don't step into traffic.
And so which way is your body cam facing?
South.
South. And that's the roadway that you just drove down. Is that correct?
Correct.
To get to where you parked your vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so at that point, you're facing south.
Yes.
On the northbound lanes.
Correct.
This is live, so we can't speed it up at all. This is happening as you watch
Now, see that, tell the jury what they're looking at now.
So like I stated previously, Officer Morgan's seen on the right-hand side. He was kind of waving me down. The standstill traffic up ahead, as well as Miss Saber's vehicle is resting up against the right-hand side cement barrier.
Okay. So again, this is a body cam that we're watching the video. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And seem like a tall guy, but can you show the jury where your body cam is if you had it on?
I don't have it on me today, but I would put it right here. It's on my front right pocket.
And so it'd be, how tall are you?
About 6'1".
6'1". So that'd be about maybe 4 feet high or so?
I would say so, yeah.
An estimate, right? Okay. So you're standing next to your car facing that way. And again, in the middle of that highway, I think on the other Coban or the Dashcam, you stated that you saw some signage or something that was a warning signs that were across the road. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you see those in this picture?
Yes, I do.
And are they in the same place that they were in your Coban?
Yes, sir.
You can see them from your vehicle, from right here.
Yes, sir.
And what are you doing now?
I'm running up to Miss Sabert's vehicle.
You're running up, and it looks like there's Are there, looks like several vehicles, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In line, okay.
I believe this is aggravated manslaughter, so it wouldn't be death penalty. Or maybe just manslaughter. There's no aggravation on here. It's just a manslaughter trial, I think.
And we stopped it at 2:30:57. We're going to start it back up here at 2:40:03. And this, just tell the jury briefly what we're seeing, pause it.
This is the fire department, EMS, loading up Miss Saber into a gurney.
And that's at 2:40:10, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm starting at 2:48:16. And is this that same a fire or EMS that's taking the victim Alex Seibert to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, I know there's portions that you stayed at the scene. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And were you the main handling officer of the scene?
No, I was not.
And who would that have been that night? Do you recall?
That's Officer Morgan.
Morgan.
Yes, sir.
And so he was the handling officer. And can you just tell I say handling officer, what do you call it when they're the main officer that has the right to report?
Sure. A handling officer is essentially the officer on scene that has the report responsibility. If any arrests are made, he has that responsibility as well. And my duty was a cover officer, just ensure scene security, keep people separated, stuff like that.
Okay. And so again, you weren't the main officer involved in this. You were an officer, support officer. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so did you stay at the scene that night until the end of the scene was ended? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you saw one of the individuals that was involved in the crash, and I actually forwarded this to 3:14:30. It looks like what's on the screen that we have right now. Go ahead and play it.
Yeah. That is Miss Sabert's vehicle.
Okay, go ahead. All right. And did you see what that was?
Yes.
And whose purse was that?
Miss Sabert's purse.
Miss Sabert's purse. So I saw you put a cell phone, and the jury saw you put a cell phone in that purse. Whose cell phone was that?
Hers.
And where did you find that cell phone?
In the vehicle.
And what were your responsibilities that night?
To stand by with the witness, keep everybody separated, as well as for a brief moment of time, the traffic that built up, we had to relieve that without them running over the entire scene. So I did have a part taken clearing the traffic.
And what about the witnesses? Did you, at any time, speak with the witnesses or be around the witnesses or people involved in the crash, rather?
Yes.
And was that one of your responsibilities?
Yes.
And another one of your responsibilities, did you ever contact the family in this case that was the father and mother of Miss Seibert?
Your Honor, we would object to relevance. May we briefly approach?
Yes.
Another relevance objection. It is a manslaughter charge. Did the defendant get injured? I don't think he got seriously injured if he was. The gray is not a happy RA color. So I have blue, gray,
And then
green, more blue.
Go ahead. I'm gonna go to
And more blue. I have mostly blues.
I'm gonna go ahead and start at 317:43. This is your body cam. And can you recognize which way you're looking? What direction on the highway? Are you facing north or south?
North, sir.
And there's an object in the middle of the road right there. Do you know what that object was?
It was a piece of the Miss Seabird's vehicle.
And that would be state exhibit number 71 up here on this easel. Is that Miss Siebert's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And it's a portion of a bumper that is attached to that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And it's in the middle of the road?
Yes, sir.
.31809. Which way are you facing now?
Southbound, sir.
Southbound. And what are you doing right now?
I am relocating this vehicle.
And why are you relocating that vehicle?
To be quite honest, I don't recall, but I was instructed to do so by my supervisor.
And how are you going forward or reversing?
I'm reversing.
So you, just to be clear to the jury, you're in the patrol vehicle that was facing the right direction. You put it in reverse and you're backing up on the highway.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, we stopped it at 319:45. We're starting it at 319:45 now. You'd reverse that vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And you see patrol cars up there ahead, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In the middle of the highway, can you still see those warning signs that are across the highway?
Yes, sir.
From the vantage point of even after you backed out?
Yes, sir.
If only there was some sort of visual representation of what happened that night that everyone could look at. Oh, we might have a spam call. Here we go. Here we go. We're going to turn off the sound for a second. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Sarah? Sarah, is that you?
Hi, this is Susan. I'm your healthcare advisor on a recorded line. Can you hear me okay?
I thought I was waiting for Sarah to call.
Well, I am with one of the providers for Medicare Health Center, and based on our records, I showed that you may qualify for information for ways to reduce or even eliminate the cost for healthcare expenses. Do you currently have Medicare Part A and Part B active right now?
I have to qualify just to get the information? Is it like in the a club or something you have to be a member of?
Everything looks great thus far. Okay, great. Now, it looks like you do qualify to speak with one of our specialists who can connect you with one of our licensed agents to go over with more details with you, okay?
I think it's going to happen whether I want it or not.
Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line and you'll be transferred to the next available agent.
Oh man, the music? I can't do music. I can't do music. Hello?
Hello, this is Daniel on recorded line. How are you?
I'm doing great, Danny. Hello?
Well, this call is in regards to your inquiry about Medicare savings. You have Medicare for
A and B. Hello? I tried, guys. I tried. Is it still playing?
We're gonna go ahead and play it at 3:21:59.
Yep, now we're caught up. I don't know why they hung up. I said the right words. Brenda, I agree. I wouldn't take those calls. I got in the habit. I used to work for the federal government in an IT position that I could get calls. I was responsible for monitoring some things, and I could get called from people all over the country, potentially, that might need to discuss things with me. And so I didn't have the luxury of not
I'm gonna
answering
pause it
the
at
phone.
3:22:54. It looks like there was a discussion there about something, and it looks like the officer, which officer was that?
That's Officer Lechuga.
And it looks like she was directing him, the defendant somewhere. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you spoke. I mean, did you speak with the defendant at times that night?
I believe this was my only interaction that I had directly with him.
And so, this scene. Well, what time do you recall leaving this scene, the actual scene?
Approximately, I would say around 6 a.m.
6 a.m. So the accident happened around 3:21, 3:22 a.m. So at least from the accident to when you leave, I know you arrived after the accident, but it's a long time. Is that like roughly 3.5 hours or so?
Correct.
And did Mr. Castro, the defendant in this case, was he at the scene until you left?
Right before I left, he was taken somewhere else.
And then what about, do you know Peter Stavanoff?
I believe it was the same case scenario as well.
What do you believe or do you know?
I know.
And was he the driver of the VW SUV?
Yes, sir.
And then what about the HEB driver?
Same goes for him. He was there for the entirety of it as well.
So those three individuals were there the entire time.
Correct.
And of course, Ms. Siebert that was in that car, she got taken away from the scene around 2:48.
Yes, sir.
And do you know where she was taken?
To University Hospital.
And did you ever go to University Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And why did you go to University Hospital?
For the purse that was shown earlier that I placed in my patrol vehicle, I went ahead and took it down to University to turn it into family members.
And did you hand that first off to the family members?
Yes, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked stated, number 86, 87, 88, 89. Can you just look through those and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, sir. I recognize him.
And what do you recognize those to be?
This is still photos of my body cam.
And is that from the body cam that we just saw on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And they're fair and accurate copy of that?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state of the asking and state exhibit number 86, 87, 88, and 89, intended to defense for any objection.
What do you say? They've objected to almost all the other batches of photos. There's still images from the body cam. They should have seen these before. This shouldn't be new to them. If the state was planning on introducing them, they should have shown them.
Your Honor, objections cumulative. This is already, as this evidence has already been entered on the body cam.
All right, if I could see State's Exhibits 86 through 89, please.
Yeah, Coach.
Yes.
I think that's a good objection, cumulative. If we already have the video, why do we need still images? You think the video would be the better option?
All right, defense objections to 86, 87, 88, and 89 will be sustained.
Nice call, Judge. Nice call. Killy. Please move to arrest.
Professor Witness, Your Honor.
All right, defense, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Chavarria. I'm Davina Green. I'm one of Alexander Castro's attorneys. Just have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So you mentioned separating witnesses on scene, and that was one of your rules.
Yes, ma'am.
So why is it important to separate witnesses?
So they don't communicate with each other and kind of cloud each other's version of events.
And we know that one of the witnesses on scene that you talked to was Mr. Paul Martinez.
Yes, ma'am.
And another one was Mr. Peter, I can't pronounce his last name, Stavin.
Yes, ma'am.
And you talked to both of these witnesses.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also had a brief interaction with Mr. Castro.
Yes, ma'am.
And in that interaction, you spoke.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I understand that you're not the primary officer, so you didn't write the primary report, but did you write a supplement report?
No, I did not.
Why not?
To be quite honest with you, I couldn't tell you why. I just know I didn't.
No further questions, Your Honor. Passing the desk.
Interesting.
No further questions, Your Honor. Can this officer be released?
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Subject to recall, Your Honor. We still have to put them on the board.
All right, so if you'll just remain, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will be our last witness for today because your next witness, how long did you say the next witness would take?
20 minutes, Judge.
All right, are you all okay with taking up the next witness? All right, so, excuse me, officer, if you could just make sure that you do not leave the courthouse just yet, and we'll call you back.
Okay.
All right, State, call your next witness.
State calls Detective Custodial for
And while he's making his way, if I can
Last
have
witness
both
of the
parties
day.
approach just briefly.
Very last witness. Here we go. 20 minutes. We got 20 minutes in us, right? I think we can do this. That was a very brief approach.
All right, if you'll take a seat here, please.
Yes, ma'am.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Is that
Yes, ma'am.
Arrowhead
All
water?
right,
I
you
see
can lower
there?
your hand. State your name for the record, please.
Julio Horta.
All right, state.
Detective Horta, who do you currently work for?
The San Antonio Police Department.
And how long have you worked for SAPD?
I worked for the San Antonio Police Department for over 14 years.
And what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to the traffic investigation detail.
And what exactly do you do with the traffic investigation detail?
We investigate major crashes that involve serious bodily injury or fatalities.
How long have you been with the traffic investigation detail?
It's been over 2 years, just barely over 2 years.
Well, before you were with the traffic investigation detail, where were you?
Before that, I was working for the crisis intervention unit, which is basically family violence. But prior to that, prior to promoting, I worked for the DWI unit for over 7 years.
So as a part of the DWI unit, what specific training did you receive?
Well, we went through the certified through the field sobriety test, and then A-RIDE, which is advanced roadside impaired driving enforcement. Basically, what it tells you is there's this gap where the basic SFSTs tell you that there may be alcohol in somebody's system, but then there's also drugs that may impair that person. And then from there, I got certified as a drug recognition expert, which goes more into depth into the different drugs that people may take. Even some of them may be prescribed, but may affect the way a person safely drives a vehicle.
And is this training that you received, is it on top of what you received just to become a regular San Antonio Police Department officer?
Yes, sir.
And so are you also a certified peace officer?
Yes, I am.
So I want to take you back to July 22nd of 2022. Were you working with the TID unit at that time?
Yes, sir. I was working with the traffic investigation detail unit.
And on that night, how many incidents did you have to respond to as a part of the TID unit? Do you remember?
That night, I want to say about 2 to 3 call outs that we had that night. So we were very busy.
So what happens whenever you receive multiple call outs?
Well, we basically we don't go back to the office. We're just jumping from crashing to crashing to crashing.
I think this is what we're about to
hear. Do you have any way to prioritize which crash scenes you go to?
It will be depending on the severity of the crash. If there's any serious bodily injury or anybody involved in the crash sustains life-threatening injuries, then that would take priority over somebody that where there's no risk that someone may die.
Do you recall, as being a part of the TID unit, that you received notice of an accident that happened on 281?
Yes, I remember that night I was working along with Detective Bianca Martinez, and we had received a call from a North Patrol officer stating that there was a crash on the highway, but at the time he wasn't sure about the injuries on that crash. So she had asked the officer to give us a call back with an update, so we knew if there were any life-threatening injuries, so that way we could prioritize that call. But we didn't get a call for that. He didn't call back.
And did you eventually make your way to the scene out on 281?
Yes, sir.
How much time do you remember? How much time had passed between when you guys got notice of the call and when you went out there?
I know by the time we got back to the office, it was almost 5 a.m. When we realized we had to go out there. I'm not too sure about the time the call came in, but I'm going to say at least over 4 hours.
And when you arrived at that scene, what were your duties?
I helped out. I assisted with painting road evidence, basically just with a paint stick that we use. We mark tire marks or where the final rest for the vehicles was. And then at one point I was asked by Detective Martinez to check the eyes of the defendant.
Can we approach Fred Ridgely?
Yes.
There's an objection. He was advised to check the eyes of the defendant several hours after. I'm looking into the police chase. I've been very, very disappointed in police chases lately. Let's see who has it here. What channel is it? Is it, looks like... No, they've already got him down on the ground with 4 officers on top of him. Wow. Okay, so let's do this. Hold tight. We've got about 3 minutes of police chase that ends in an apprehension, which we always like. Give me 1 second. That means we're going to do this. We're going to pause Judge Boyd for just a minute and go to a police chase happening moments ago, just mere moments ago. Can you guys see that? You can now. There we go. Boom, boom. I assume the black car is the one we're chasing. It's the one with the erratic driving. High rate of speed, 70, 80, almost up to 85 miles an hour. And, through a crosswalk. People on both sides of that crosswalk. This is bad. Wrong way driver. Forced to turn right because of traffic. I don't have any audio here. I'm not sure why. Probably just isn't. I don't see anybody on his tail. Need to iris the camera down just a little bit. Got a little too much light in there. Really moving, blowing through stop signs. Oh, boom. Oh, wow. He gets out and tries to make a run for it. He's hiding underneath, going underneath. See if he reaches the end. He's walking down the back alley, tucks back in again. See if he makes it, goes and chills by the pool or what. Sure, the police are en route here. There's the police chopper. Swinging low, getting all the angles, trying to see where he's at. Officers on foot rushing in on the corner, on guard. They don't know where he is. They're doing this because they don't know if he's armed. If he's armed or has potential to be armed, that's why they're being so cautious about that. Back to the car. It looks like there's a suspect held on point, you might say. On point. They're going to bring them out of the vehicle. By bring them out, I mean feet first. Whoa. Whoa. That's one way. I don't see compliance as man. That car is completely totaled. Completely totaled. That was a passenger. We've got another vehicle around the corner right here. This guy right here took it broadside. Took out you can see the road sign, the street sign there on the ground. Wow. So 1 in custody. Driver, I believe the driver. Now this might be the driver right here. Could have been the passenger that was trying to escape. There's a driver up there, shook up. Woman's probably still doesn't understand what is going on here. Is that a Mini? Is it like a Mini Cooper? What kind of car is that it got hit? Now the police are responding there. More cars. Somewhere in this little condo, this cops are creeping around slowly. He might have made entrance into one of the apartments. Lots of gestures, hand signals. All the officers seem to have either broomsticks or something else in their hands. Could be a motel, but I don't know. It's got like, it's interesting. The parking structure is it's built over the parking structure, so the carport is residence. I think what we need right here is a canine. They're getting down on the ground to see if checking under vehicles. Man, where's Chloe when you need her, right? That's a big line. That's not a stack. That's a line. I've never seen. I don't think this is a good formation. One peekaboo around the corner, clear. Checking the garbage cans, nothing there. This is the last place we saw him go, but he could have made a run for it. Okay, that's why he turned left, is because it's gated ahead. Didn't see that. And they're moving in. He's running out of places to be hiding. Once again, the camera operator needs to iris down a little bit because all we see is white. They're stacked up on the stairwell. Ooh, there's somebody under the stairs right there. Did you see that? The top right-hand corner, under those stairs, there's somebody up there. Looks like they may have found him. Yeah, we're going to need at least 2 medics on this one. The impact was tremendous. Pushed that little car sideways right through a street sign and up onto the curb, nearly into the house. It looks like that's just a stop sign. That's not a street light. Well, let me check. On the big screen, no, there are some lights there. It looks like, oh, at least one direction. Can't tell. Police chopper circling overhead, down low. News cameras with the long lenses have to fly higher. Like the little turret things on that little castle building. That's cool. Got the crime scene tape tied to the palm tree. As is common, windshield wipers go in the car because the violence of the crash shook things up. I think that's our driver with her back to the tree there. Had no clue this was coming. No clue whatsoever. She looks fortunate just to be shaken up and not badly injured. But there's just debris all over that intersection. Looks like police. Oh, there's a Cybertruck. Did you see that? The Cybertruck turning left. Yeah, two completely totaled vehicles. Push the car right up against that building. Looks like we're on Wilton, the cross street. The sign has been knocked down. So there's the suspect vehicle, most likely stolen, oftentimes stolen in this type of situation. Look at that orange sign he hit, that caution sign. I think it says school crossing. He literally crashed into a school crossing sign. Either the cameraman is really struggling with his iris, or they might be shooting through layers of smoke. Man. Oh, what kind of car is that? Is that a... Yeah, we see it's got red seats. That's cool. Airbag deployed. Hey, dude, you can't park there. Seriously. I didn't see any officers behind them, but they did show up pretty quickly. But I didn't see anything behind. Looks like everybody's in custody. All right. I think this is how it's going to end here then. Officers are very relaxed. I haven't seen where the stack of officers were around the building, but they might have got them in custody already. There's a Tesla, an SUV, and the stolen BMW. And we saw the Cybertruck. This must be California. Little car is a Mazda 3. It looks like a Mini Cooper, like a bigger version of the Mini Cooper. It's smog, not smoke. I was giving them the benefit of the doubt. All right, we're going to jump back to Judge Boyd's court. So that's this is why you don't drive fast, folks. That's crazy.
All right, if you'll take a seat here, please.
Yes,
Sir, our last witness of the day. Sorry, did we already hear this part?
You raise your right hand.
Yes, we
Do you
did.
solemnly swear?
I think we're about right here.
All right, no, I'm going to hear the answer, and then we're outside the presence of the jury. Then I'll hear your objection.
Wait. We did not hear that yet. We're going to go back here then. Jury's still here right now. He just said he was going to approach, right? He was going to approach and complain about something. We got the 63rd objection, which was right here. There it is. So we're going to fast forward just a tiny bit until he stands up. Stands up right here. Jury's leaving.
Everyone, please be seated. And Maria, if you'll make sure that this is notated, that this is outside the presence of the jury, and the questioning that's going to be continued now is that it relates to the court's motion in limine with regards to intoxication. So state, if you'll ask those questions, and defense, let the court know if you have any objections and if you think that's in violation of the court's motion in limine. All right, state.
Detective Horta, did you perform HGN on the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Sorry, let's give yours then.
Sorry, I'm trying to lower this. I doing it earlier.
Can you ask that question one more time, please?
Yes, ma'am. Detective Horta, did you perform the HGN test on the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And when you performed the HGN test, what clues did you see?
I only saw two clues: the lack of smooth pursuit.
And at that,
lack of smooth pursuit.
Lack of smooth pursuit.
Smooth.
And just based on seeing those two clues, were you able to make a determination on if the defendant was intoxicated at that time?
All right, no, I'm going to hear the answer, and then we're outside the presence of the jury. Then I'll hear your objection. Yes.
Yes, at the time he was not intoxicated.
Seeing those two clues, what did that indicate to you?
That he had been drinking alcoholic beverages.
All right. So, defense, I will hear your objections.
Judge, my objection is that.
And I'm sorry, before I hear your objections, do you have any questions with regards to that point of the officer? All right. So if you can ask whatever questions you want to ask, and then I'll hear what everyone's objection is in the state's response.
Hi, Detective, how are you doing?
Good.
Did you write a report in relation to this test that you performed on Alex?
The only report I wrote was during an internal affairs investigation that was conducted way after the crash.
So at the time, you didn't contemporaneously record your findings about any tests.
I'm sorry?
At the time, you didn't write a report.
Yes, that is correct, sir.
And you say that you saw two clues.
Yes, sir.
And that's lack of smooth pursuit.
Yes, sir.
But you didn't write a report.
That is correct.
And you're not telling the court which eye you're talking about, because they do three tests, each one on both eyes, right?
Yes, sir.
So your opinion was that Mr. Castro, based on that one test, that was the only test you did?
The horizontal gaze nystagmus, I checked for all six clues. He only had two.
So you did the whole test?
Yes, sir, I did.
You didn't conduct any other SFSTs?
No, sir. Since there was only two clues, there was no point in offering the other two.
And you said at the time that you did this, that your opinion was that Mr. Castro, that the only evidence that you got from that is possible consumption of alcohol.
Well, I review a little clip from Officer Chavarria's body-worn camera, and based on that, obviously, I refreshed my memory. And I did ask him how much he had to drink tonight that day, and he said 4 to 5 beers.
I know, so that's not what I asked you. I just said that, and I can't remember what I asked you now. Your conclusion was that the only thing you can tell this court was from doing that test is that he possibly consumed alcohol at that point. You can't say he's intoxicated right then.
That is correct.
And there's no way from getting, and you'd agree with me, right, from your training experience, you've done this a lot, you've had a lot of training, that two clues on the HGN is not enough to continue an investigation. It's not the decision point, right?
That is correct. If we need at least four of the clues to to indicate that that person is intoxicated at the time.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. And even if you got 4 clues, that doesn't mean that they are intoxicated, right?
Well, based on the HGN, if you get 4 clues, there's a high possibility that you're intoxicated.
Well, do you know what that is? What high possibility that is?
I know the most recent study was, according to that, it was 88%. It's four or more clues. So 4 or 6 clues is 80. That's what I read.
It's 77%, right? So it's 77%.
It's 88%.
Well, 77, 80%, but it doesn't mean they're intoxicated, and that's 4 clues. But do you recall telling Detective Martinez at the scene that you thought he's no longer intoxicated, but he was earlier?
If I recall saying that, I don't recall. I may have said that he may have been going down because based on what he stated that he had drank the amount that he drank of alcohol.
But that would just be speculation, right?
Could you rephrase your question? What do you
Well, that'd be a guess.
Well, once again, based on the report that I wrote, the supplement that I did for internal affairs.
I've copied it today.
All right, so everyone, this is the court's ruling, and this was the court's ruling before. The state's witness, my understanding, is not coming to testify that Mr. Castro was intoxicated. Has that changed?
No, Judge.
All right, so the witness will not be testifying that he thought Mr. Castro was intoxicated because nothing has been presented to the court for this witness to testify that Mr. Castro was intoxicated. So that will not be allowed. All right. The questions with regards to, did he do field sobriety tests on Mr. Castro? That will be allowed. But any conclusions that somebody may had that he was previously intoxicated and he's currently not intoxicated, that was the court's ruling on the motion in limine. Does everyone understand the court's ruling on the motion in limine?
Yes, Judge.
All right. And is anyone planning on going outside of that and think that this witness should be testifying to something other than the parameters that have been set by the court within the motion in limine?
No, Judge.
No, Judge.
All right. So my understanding, we can go off the record. My understanding is he's going to testify if he did field sobriety tests. He's going to testify to what tests he did. Court is going to allow him, if he did an HGN, the court is going to allow him to say he did an HGN in defense. You can cross-examine him on the HGN, what he did, what he didn't do. If he had him do a walk-in turn, which it doesn't appear that he did, if he did, he would be allowed to testify to that. The only thing this witness will not be allowed to testify to is whether or not he thought Mr. Castro was intoxicated. That was the court's motion in limine. That's where we are. Any confusion?
The state was trying to get that in.
Yes.
Judge, the only thing I just want to clarify is just that when he did the HGN, again, he did not believe at that time when he did HGN that he was intoxicated. It's just to clarify, just so that he could testify to that.
All right. So you don't want him to even testify that when he did the HGN, he didn't think he was intoxicated.
The way that it's the way it's asked, Judge, at that time kind of suggests that, well, he's not now, but the suggestion is he was. And that was the...
All right. You're allowed to testify that an HGN was done, if it was done. You're allowed to say if you think there were 2 clues, 3 clues, 4 clues, whatever. You're allowed to say how many clues you thought it was, the end. Not that you previously thought he was intoxicated or any words to the effect of intoxication. Okay? Yes.
Judge, would he be able to testify that due to those 2 clues, it indicated that there was alcohol consumption?
If you all lay the foundation, the court will hear that. He's just not allowed to say that he thought, or if he did think that Mr. Castro was intoxicated, he's not allowed to say those words because that's a legal conclusion. But as far as, what do the clues
indicate?
Yes.
Judge, sorry, just
yes,
interjected, but I just want to make sure that it goes for both sides, that the defense is not going to be
stepping behind us and stating that, oh,
Well, here's
he's not
the thing.
intoxicated.
If anybody opens the door, that door will be open. And once that door is open, if people want to walk through the door, they can walk through the door. They won't have to climb through windows. They can just go straight through the door. So everyone knows, y'all are attorneys. You understand the court's ruling. Both sides have told me that you understand my ruling. So don't go opening doors. Don't be tiptoeing through a door. And if you think you're about to tip through a door that you shouldn't be tiptoeing through, ask to approach and I'll let you know. So he's not going to be testifying that he thought Mr. Castro was intoxicated, was recently intoxicated or coming down from intoxication. But he is allowed to testify to whatever clues he saw and whatever indicators of alcohol he thought he saw. He's allowed to testify to that. He's just not allowed to say the words intoxication or I thought he was intoxicated or he was coming down from being intoxicated. Any confusion on the court's motion in limine?
There we are.
No.
All right, so we're going to have you come back at 9:30. Rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to speak to other people about this case except for attorneys for the state or the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And could you have your other officer retake the stand?
Wow. Judge laying down the law. Looks like tomorrow we're going to be flirting with that motion in limine. It seemed almost for a minute that Judge Boyd didn't understand what the attorney was asking. The defense
and everyone
was
tomorrow will also go over the jury charge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, because we're going to be all done tomorrow, right? Hopefully. Defense was complaining about this, the way the question was. I think they wanted his testimony that, no, he was not intoxicated. That was his... That was, they want that part. But now they get the fact that they performed field sobriety, but they won't say what the results are. The jury's just left wondering.
You have audio on it?
All right, you may be seated.
Yeah.
I have a hard drive that has it.
Yeah. Okay.
But the ones that are seen it.
What can you do in a second?
Okay. All right. All right. You're still on the oath. Could you restate your name, please?
My name is Roman Chalveria Duran.
And for the record, this testimony is outside the presence of the jury. Defense, you had some questions for the officer outside the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's the court's understanding this is as it relates to any statements that may have been made by your client?
Yes, Your Honor. This is to go towards establishing the custodial interrogation of Mr. Castro, along with the statements we've already heard from Officer Morgan. We'd like to establish that with this officer and again request that any statements Mr. Castro gave and evidence that are derived from it be suppressed.
All right. And so that the record is clear, statements that are alleged to have been made by Mr. Castro after Mr. Castro asked, and I'm summarizing, asked, I guess, could he go to his wife or have his wife pick him up? None of those have come in yet.
Correct, Judge.
All right. So State, are you planning on offering any statements beyond that point?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Officer Chavarria. So you arrived right before we go on. Judge, just Castro.
No, this is outside the presence of the jury, and this is the defense's witness for their hearing on whether or not the statement that their client made was voluntary or not.
Officer Chavarria, you watched your body cam prior to today.
Yes, ma'am.
And you remember that you arrived on scene around 2:30 in the morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And this would have been about maybe 10 minutes or so after the accident. Involving Mr. Castro.
Yes.
And when you arrive at 2:30 in the morning, how long in total is Mr. Castro there?
Like I said, he left probably shortly before I left, so approximately around till 6 a.m.
So this would have been about, I guess, 3.5 hours. at least.
Yes, ma'am.
And what reasonable suspicion did you have to keep him there for those 3.5 hours?
So I stood with the HEB driver, primarily for most of the time being. But we were just holding down the scene for traffic investigations to come out.
How many officers were on scene?
Down at the crime scene, I would say 4.
And do you remember, so from your understanding, was there any reasonable suspicion to keep him there?
Are you saying reasonable suspicion of a crime?
Yes.
To my understanding, no.
And I want to play a portion of when you and I believe Officer maybe Rodriguez speak to Mr. Castro. Your Honor, may I publish something that's not in evidence only for the purposes of this hearing?
Well, so that the record can be clear, it'll need to be marked. Otherwise, there is no true record for the appellate courts.
Judge, I don't have a copy with me. It's going to be the same video. I can burn the copy today and provide it tomorrow in court if that's okay.
Yes, that will be okay with the court reporter. So what do you want to label it for purposes of this hearing?
Can we label it as Defense A?
All right, so this would be defense exhibit number A.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So can you put it on? Yeah. We are starting to play in portion 3. I'll do the time 3:21:31. We say that number again? Yes, 3:21:31.
Deputy Law, you let the person know that they can leave.
As they're playing this is going to be the conversation where he says he wants to go.
You want to take a seat in one of our vehicles? Want to take a seat in our vehicle? No,
Well, I can't have you, she's up here, so.
I mean, I was just sitting there over there, like, minding my business. I hate that, like, over there, my phone.
As soon as I feel like it's it.
So they're watching this part of the video, the body cam video, because the defendant at one point asks to leave. And they say, nope, we're not going to cut you loose yet.
And pausing that
You gotta
defense
stay
A at 3:23:06. Officer, what we've just heard is while you were present, another officer is telling Mr. Castro that he can't touch certain things on scene.
Correct.
And that he needs to go wait in the patrol vehicle.
Not that he needs to go wait in a patrol vehicle.
What was
Understanding.
What did you hear that?
I had offered him if he wanted to take a seat in a patrol vehicle.
And what did she tell him?
To be quite honest, I didn't really pay attention to what he said.
I think she said something along the lines of, you can sit in the car or go sit in the car and wait for your wife.
Okay.
Is that something along those lines?
If it's on video, then yes, that's what she said.
So at that point, she is directing him on what to do. She's telling him what to do.
I would say so, yes.
And his movements are obviously being restricted, as in where he can and can't be is being limited.
Yes, ma'am.
And as we discussed, there's about 7 officers on scene at this point. Is that what you had said? About 7 officers?
I said 4.
I'm sorry. Okay. Right here, so there's 4 officers and they're surrounding Mr. Castro.
At this point, it's just us 3. The other officer would be Officer Morgan, and he was further down in the scene at this current time.
So 3 officers are surrounding him, talking to him, and you guys all have your weapon on you, on your side.
Correct.
And it's clear that he was not free to leave the scene.
Correct.
And were you aware that his wife was there trying to pick him up?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
And he did not have the option to leave with his wife.
Correct.
And he was required to stay there even 1 hour after the accident.
Correct.
That's in custody, guys. I know it's not under arrest, but that's in custody.
And we also hear that you ask him if you're questioning him, asking if he's the driver of that truck.
Correct.
And let's say there's a traffic violation that's committed. You pull over a vehicle and you want to investigate them. What do you need to keep them there for that initial investigation?
Just an objective relevance to these proceedings.
Sustained.
Do you need reasonable suspicion to keep someone to investigate?
I'm going to object for the reason for this.
Sustained.
In this case, you did not have reasonable suspicion to keep Mr. Castro there.
I'm going to object.
That'll be overruled.
From what you were aware of, you did not have reasonable suspicion yourself to keep it there.
Correct.
Thank you, officer. No further questions, Judge. That completes our voir dire.
All right, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
One, were you the officer that was in charge of handling Mr. Castro?
No,
So you weren't the one that was going to decide whether he was being arrested or not arrested?
that is correct.
You were just there to maintain a scene, is that correct?
Correct.
For TID to show up?
Correct.
And is it uncommon for you to be out at a scene for long periods of time, especially when there's a fatality, accident, or crash?
No, it is not uncommon.
So it could be 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. Have you been at a scene for longer than 5 hours?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right, any further questions?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And is this witness excused now?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you're excused. Remember my ruling. The rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. You're only allowed to speak to attorneys for the state of the defense while this case is still pending. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down. All right, court will hear argument.
Yes, Your Honor.
And nobody ever really said what statements that you were seeking to exclude.
Your Honor, at this point, it's clear that Mr. Castro is under custodial interrogation.
So which statements are you seeking to exclude that were made?
So we're seeking to exclude statements that were made after this point that it's clear. And those statements are going to be him saying that he consumed 4 beers and him signing a consent to search his vehicle for him.
Ooh, this would be what, fruit of the poisonous tree?
And it hasn't been, it wasn't asked of any officers. It hasn't been submitted into evidence. So state, are you stipulating that after 3/23/06, is this when the statements were made?
I believe, Your Honor, some statements have already come in of Mr. Castro from Officer Morgan's body cam. So it's moot in that category already. But there is some information or statements that do come in later.
All right. So I'm specifically focusing on the statements where defense is saying Mr. Castro stated he had consumed 4 beers and the consent to search the vehicle.
The 4 beers has already come in through Officer Morgan.
No, it hasn't. No, not through his body cam.
Wow. He testified through, I mean, that's what I was talking about, testimony or any evidence that came in. Officer Morgan testified to that.
How did you
And
let that
then,
slide?
So that's the 4 beers. Detective Orta that they just had on the stand, or we just had on the stand, did say to them that Mr. Castro had mentioned he drank 4 to 5 beers that night. So that'd be a conflicting statement that the individual made that night. And then there is, coming down to consent form, Your Honor, the consent is not affected by the fact he was in custody or not. He wasn't being released at that moment. He was actually released.
All right, so here's the thing. There are some more things that need to be done. One, the consent to search the vehicle, I'll need to see that form. With regards to the consumption of alcohol when it was said, I do believe there's already been testimony that Mr. Castro consumed alcohol, but the statement that the defense is saying Mr. Castro is alleged to have made that he consumed 4 beers from his mouth, the court hasn't heard that. So what the court is trying to discover so that I can make a ruling is that his stating that he has consumed 4 beers or 5 beers, did that come after this 3:23:06 footage?
Sorry, Judge, you're sort of getting the part mixed up here because of the way we're at, because the one detective, Detective Martinez in particular, will be talking about from this individual that he tells her on body cam that he drank 4 beers. So that has not even been offered into evidence yet on the stand. She will not be testifying until tomorrow.
Okay.
Detective Orta could testify to the fact of 4 to 5 beers, which he has not testified. Well, as of right now, to that, he's on the stand.
All right. So then here's the thing. Defense. Oh, please be seated. With regards to your motion to have certain statements inadmissible, at this point, it's really not ripe. And let me just tell you why it's not right.
Your motion isn't
It's
right.
not right because the person who is supposed to have heard, and I don't know anything about your case. I don't know the facts of the case. I don't know who said what to whom. But the person who I need to hear from would be the person that he made the statements to. So when were the statements made from your client that he consumed 4 beers or 5 beers? What officer was that given to? And once I know that, and I've already had from this officer's testimony saying that you can go sit in the car and wait for your wife. I have that. But now I need whomever that officer was with regards to the statements, because I still won't know if it's admissible or not, because I don't know if there was something else that was said before he gave that statement. I don't know if he said, you know what, it's fine. I don't need an attorney. I don't even know if somebody read him his rights because nothing's been presented to me. So some more witnesses need to be called to find out who is alleged that he made the statement to. And then I will make an informed ruling on whether or not those statements that are attributed to him are admissible or not. But at this point in time, there's more information that needs to be given to the court.
Yes, Your Honor. Understood. And if I can just briefly answer that question, it's going to be Detective Martinez, and that's going to be about 2 hours and 40 minutes after this this interaction at around 6:12 a.m. So we just wanted to build that because we do believe that he was under arrest at this, or being unlawfully detained, and then it becomes prolonged. So now that the court's seen this portion, we'll continue with that argument.
All right. And then you all can continue with that argument once I hear from the detective and we can see when this occurred. Okay.
Your Honor, is it clear that the motion to suppress at this time is denied?
No, I mean,
it's not right.
It would have to be because I don't have any information. You all need to bring in whomever it was he gave the statement to, because I can't say if it's voluntary or not, because I don't know, because I don't have the witness who he's alleged to have made the statement to. I can't say if his movement was restricted when he made the statement. because that person whom he made the statement to is not present. The fact that you have this video where somebody tells him you can sit in the car and wait for your wife, I still don't have the statement. I don't know any circumstances surrounding the statement. So there's nothing for me to rule on because nothing's been presented.
Yeah, sure.
So once that's presented, I will certainly make a ruling and I'll take that up at that time.
Understood.
Now, tomorrow, this is what we're going to do. Everyone needs to be here at 9. State, will the vehicles be able to be here at 9?
As far as I've been informed, they should be here by 8:30.
All right. So then what we'll do is defense. We will walk with your client. The state will be present. We will walk down there. The jurors will not walk down there. However, this is an issue, right? Deputy Laura does have the phone numbers of the jurors. I haven't made a decision on whether or not I'm going to allow those vehicles to come in. So we have two options. One, the jurors can be called and we can have them go through the back way. Or two, state, if you can make sure that the vehicles are covered with the tarp that they were previously covered with. All right. So
it was plastic. So it's like plastic.
All right. So that needs to be covered or there needs to be some board up until the court makes a ruling on whether or not it's admissible. So is that doable?
We don't, well, I guess the answer to that, we don't know at this moment, Judge.
All right. So if there's somebody you can call, because if it is doable, but it's going to make us start the day later rather than earlier, you can let us know now. That way we can tell the jurors not to come in till a specific time.
They might have a field trip. Jury view of the crashed
We've been
cars.
contacted, so
They're just mangled.
I just asked Daniel if we have a phone number, and we don't have a phone number.
But I'm sure upstairs there has to be some sort of tarp or something that people put up to just
say yes for one.
Okay.
But in this case, we have 3. So that's my concern, Judge.
All right, because the jurors will they're going to be back at 9:30. So the jurors have been arriving. If I tell them to be here at 9, they've been arriving at 9. So since I'm telling them to be here at 9:30, they'll probably start arriving by 9:15. Okay. And the only way this will be an issue, if I make the decision that they're not allowed to view it and they view it, then that will be an issue. So let's not make that an issue. All right. Is there anything
I'm glad
else?
we had this little talk.
Not from the statement.
All right. So we're going to be here tomorrow at 9. Try to be here a little bit early. And that way, defense, you all can make sure that everything is covered up the way you would like it to be covered up. And then we're going to stay late on Friday to go over the jury charge. Anything else?
Nothing from the statement.
Right. Okay. We're off the record. And I really don't like depending on if we end early tomorrow, I really don't like for jurors to deliberate on a Friday. I'm not saying that people won't take the amount of time that needs to be taken, but I just find that it's better not to have jurors deliberating on Friday unless both parties insist that they do.
We defer to the court, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else?
Nothing from defense, Judge.
All right. I will see you all tomorrow. Make sure that all of the exhibits are labeled properly. All right.
And just like that, we're done. We're done. We're done. We made it through the day. I may or may not have a couple little ones down there. Hold still, guys, or else you're going to be on camera. So, got a couple kids in here enjoying the cool air because this is the coldest room in the house now. I'm showing 62 as my setting for the AC. Field trip tomorrow. They're going to go see the cars. Somebody sent me a picture of the truck, at least. I'm wondering if that person has a picture of the car as well, so we can do our own little field trip while the jury is out. We will be back tomorrow. I will be here tomorrow. I don't leave until the weekend, until Saturday. So if they work on Saturday, I will not. I will be driving. No podcast tonight, Adam. No podcast tonight. Sorry. Weather Watch is also driving tonight. He is on the road. Let's see. Starting time. They start at 9, which is our 10 o'clock, which means we'll probably start at 9 o'clock our time. do maybe a little bit of. I can't work late at Friday night. The judge says we're going to work late Friday night. I cannot. I have to pack everything up, like the entire studio. I have to take all the cables down, wrap everything properly, sort it like I normally do, not just pile it into. And I mean, I need to label power cords and things so that this particular plug doesn't get confused with this particular plug, which looks identical but puts out different voltage. Yeah, I need to get everything sorted before we leave tomorrow. Probably 9 o'clock tomorrow. Is that all right? 9 a.m. Thank you for putting up with my my issues that we had with the heater today. I'm sorry I couldn't live stream all day because of that, but I'm happy that the heater is now working, or at least the AC is now working, and we're able to keep it cool. So now we can leave, and the people that will be watching our house will be comfortable. So, all right. I don't know who Greeners is anymore. I don't know who Adam Nusky is anymore, and I'm pretty sure Red Pen is probably also being impersonated at this point. I see you guys have had a lot of fun in chat. I want to say thank you to the amazing people who we call moderators on this channel. A big special thank you goes to 6 Volt Bus today, who not only helped moderate all day long, but also helped me fix my AC issue. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. It was wonderful. Red Pen's like, nope, it's still just me. All right, that's it. Amber, great job. 6 Volt, thank you. I cannot say enough. These people are absolutely amazing, you guys. I am the luckiest creator on the planet to have the best mods in the world, and I thank them every single day. They're amazing. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again Friday morning. We're going live with day 3, day 4. I don't know where we are anymore of this trial with Judge Boyd. It is a manslaughter trial, vehicle crash. It's getting spicy too with the allegations of drinking. So, all right, you guys have a great night. Thank you very much. Stay cool, stay safe. We'll see you in the morning. Bye bye.
Up, I hear it. I walk down the steps, I hear it. Open the back door to let the dog out, you hear it.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.